Well done, thank you.
Oh, okay. Confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Good morning,
Oh,
everybody.
good morning.
Thank you. Well,
Okay. So we have so
line name.
okay, so it just in by way of trying to make by way of trying to activate our brain this morning before our speaker for today comes in. Who can give us the answer to this? We want to see, when you are doing a mediation session, you are going to be thinking, okay, this is the situation. How am I going to go about this? You're not supposed to tell them what to do. But you wish you do. Can you use your questioning techniques? Can you use your listening skills? Can you use your psychological, to be able to work on them to a point where they will come to terms with what you have in your mind without saying, these are some of the things. So, now you are thinking, a farmer is traveling with a wolf, chicken, and a bag of meat, and comes to a river. And comes to a river, they need to cross. The boat only has room for a farmer and one other. The farmer can't leave the wolf alone with the chicken, and he can't leave the chicken alone with the grain. How can he get them all across the river safely? Yeah, do you understand? So you can think, how can he get these people across? Online participant, can you see? So you need to find out how. That is a problem, a mediation problem that you may have a family. This one is right. This is you say, I beg, waiting concern me. Let me just leave them and go my way. I'm tired. So your commitment to the process is what is going to count. Because you are going to I know you must have learned. How do you bring mediation according to the new law? The Mediation Arbitration and Mediation Act 2023. You will bring a mediation to a close. How to bring a mediation session to a close. And you say this has come to an end. The mediator can do it. Are we together? Yes, the parties can say we are not interested. That's true. And then the third one is when you have concluded the session and you have arrived at the settlement. Are we together? Online participants, can you confirm if you can hear me? Yes, so you can send your answer to the group chat or the WhatsApp group. If you want to speak, you can just raise your hand. Okay. Who is making comments? Hello? Okay, Dr. Bello.
Hello.
You have a
Hello.
comment?
No comment. It's the you are cracking. Your audible is on and off.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. What was the illustration? You mentioned a chicken and a farmer, and then of course I didn't get the details.
Can you see it on your screen?
I can see it. Yes.
Yes. The question is, we are trying to find out how you can safely get these things across, without anyone causing harm to each other. So the floor is open. Yeah.
Looking at this, is very you see, in the mediation, there must be compromise mediation. This pregnancy is never before. I will take the chicken because the can sweep.
The wolf.
Yes, can sweep.
Okay.
Yes. Naturally, it is designed by sweep across.
Okay. Okay, so that is your own answer. So you pick the two and allow the wolf to sleep. Okay, so yes.
Hello. I think it will live with the chicken.
Okay.
Hello.
Some online participants, somebody wants to speak, please go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that I think it will be safer for him to go with the chicken first.
Okay. Yes, we are listening.
I think it will be better for him to go with the chicken first. The reason is, can you hear me?
Yes.
The reason is the wolf will contend with the grain. It actually will not eat the grain, and then the chicken will be safely out of harm's way.
Please,
no. Network again.
No, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear.
I think I've said, as I said it will be better for the farmer to go along with the chicken and then leave, because the wolf will not eat the corn. So both the corn and the wolf will be safe on the other side of the river. While
you are supposed to get them all across
at the same time.
So that's the strategy you have to develop to get them all across. So you have to tell us how you get all of them across. Okay. It's not just one. Okay. All of them.
The chicken will precede the man, and then the wolf will be behind him, and he can hold the corn in his hand.
Okay, so if
the chicken will precede
okay,
him. It will follow with the corn in his hand, and
okay,
then the wolf
so
will come
attempt.
behind.
Okay, say your own then. Put on the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, to have the set up, I will. As a farmer, I will put the pot in the sun. And then mouth work.
He's sharing.
I'll put the mouth. And next time is what because it is very good. Then I'll put them the body. I will have the same right. The challenge is that if I break the joint and drop the pot, every time I am coming to it, but the one the back, hey, I'll put the corn inside the back. That way, I will now put the small sack in the mouth of the wolf. Small sack. We have farmers have to cover the mouth so that the children and then I'll pack it.
But you know you don't have any sack. These are the items you have. Those are the things you have. You don't have. So wait, when you are going to get the sack, what will happen? You are going to carry one of them. Okay, so let us try. Okay, so attempt. You cannot attempt. Okay.
Let me see. I think I'll take the chicken across first. And,
okay.
Leave the chicken at the other side of the stream.
With who? Okay, leave it there. You tie it.
I'll leave the chicken alone at the other end.
Okay.
Go back for the wolf and the grain.
Okay.
Then I will pick the wolf.
Yeah.
Then I'll pick the wolf and the grain and take them across to join the chicken.
Okay. So if you go, I think your own you look for sack. I think this
Is it one or one item at a time?
no, just tell us how you intend to get it across, all of them across safely. That's all. You can only be the farmer and one other. You cannot carry two items at the same time.
Oh.
So it's either you and one of the items, and you are supposed to cross them all across. Take them all across. Yes.
But that means you can leave each of them at the other end alone. Then if it is so, I'll go with the chicken and leave the wolf and the grain. Because the wolf will not eat the grain. Then I'll take the chicken across. When I return, I'll not take the across. No, I'll take the wolf across and return the chicken. Okay. Then on my return, I will take the grain to try with the wolf. The wolf not eat the grain, then I'll come back for the chicken last.
Okay, so come and tell us the answer. Come and tell us the answer. Okay, let's attempt. Okay, attempt first.
Okay, if you carry, but they say just have room for the farmer and one other item.
And what I'm saying, if I can put the chicken into my cloth,
So you have 2 items already now.
one, not like I'm telling you to come back. No, and then no, I can't.
It's one bag. The boat. I want to tell you the boat. Yes, that's what it is. Go, try number. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful attempt. You cannot put the chicken inside your clothes and carry the chicken across. So, but I think we have a winner. Yes. And I wanted us to give him a sound clap. Let's do it like the nursery. So like he said, he will take the chicken. So let me display the answer. That's a good answer. Okay, so he said the farmer takes the chicken over first, then he brings the wolf second, and then comes back with the chicken. You know, when the farmer takes the chicken, he's leaving behind the wolf and the grain, and the wolf cannot eat the grain. So when he now goes back to bring the wolf, he will not be able to leave the wolf and the chicken. So he will now take back the chicken, yes, and then drop the chicken and bring back the grain and drop the grain where the wolf is. Then he make a last trip. Let's say he brings the wolf second and comes back with the chicken. He drops off the chicken and takes the grain to the other side with the wolf. The farmer makes one last trip to retrieve the chicken. Okay. Now let me take it again. If we follow what he said, you'll see that it's just one item with the farmer that is speaking at a time. So the answer is the farmer takes the chicken over first. So the farmer and the chicken goes over to the other side. He brings the wolf, then he brings the wolf second and comes back with the chicken. Then the wolf now is there. The chicken has gone back. Then he will now drop the chicken off and pick the grain and take it back to where the wolf is. So the chicken and the grain and the wolf is at the other side. Then he will now make a last trip to retrieve the chicken. No goat, it's just 3 items, yes. Yes. The wolf.
Oh, I thought he was making just one trip.
So thank you very much for having this time. Somebody is speaking online. Let me project it.
No, I said I thought the farmer was expected to make just one trip with the items. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, I hear you. Please go on.
I said I thought that the farmer was expected to make just one trip with the items.
Okay, no.
Okay.
He's expected to just to just cross over to the other side of the river safely with the items.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so.
So this morning we are going to be taking my lord, sir, you are welcome. Good morning. We are going to be looking at emotional intelligence and understanding personality type. And as you know, our facilitator for today is Miss Ankama. She will soon join us, but she asked me to stand in for her before she comes. Now, Mrs. Ankama Roskana Galadima is the chairman, and she is Mrs. Ankama Roskana Galadima is the chairman of the governing body of Settlement House Idea Training Institute. She has introduced herself briefly before, but she actually lectures with the Kaduna State Polytechnic under the Department of Legal Studies. She is a graduate of Ahmadu Bello University, and she was called to the bar in the year 2000. She has started a mediation career back then when she was in secondary school. When she began to mediate between our fellow friends and all of them. She has attended a lot of trainings, certification trainings, in order to become a professional mediator and media practitioner. Because of her interest, she has undergone the training from the different levels, from associate to membership to the fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Administrators. And she has also attended mediation trainings both within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. She is she has certification. She has a diploma certificate in negotiation mastery from the Harvard Business School, and she is a CEDA accredited mediator. This is one of the top ADR, especially mediation training institute in the world. She's a certified person there. She's a faculty member as well of Settlement House ADR Training Institute. She is a faculty member of Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She is trained by the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, that's CEDA, and then Conflict Dynamics South Africa. She's an accredited mediator with the Internationally Certified Negotiators in Australia. She is a member of the Institute of Management Consultants, a member of the International Association of Applied Psychology, and she is a notary public of Nigeria. She's listed in the Kaduna State Multi-Door Courthouse as a neutral, someone that you can contact, to serve as a mediator or arbitrator or whatsoever in deserving circumstances. She is presently the chairman of the governing body of Settlement House Area Training Institute. She is also the chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Arbitrators, Kano Kaduna branch. And she is the principal partner of the law firm of Sikor Services based here in Kaduna that combines both the practice of law and ADR. She is married, of course, to a male husband and currently blessed with children. Yes, that is all about her. With time, we are going to share some of the person that spoke to us yesterday and previously. This is Mr. Samuel. We are going to send you some of this profiles so that you know that if you want to go into it, you have to invest on yourself. These are all our facilitators. If you go to our website, you are going to see some of these faculty members. The person that spoke to us yesterday, Kathleen, she has handled over 1,000 cases, almost 90-something success rate. So she started as a primary school teacher and then abandoned the career, went and do voluntary services for years because she wants to go fully into mediation, and she has resolved a lot of cases. So you have to be determined if you want to. So I didn't share this screen. Okay, so for the online participants, I don't know if they didn't see the screen. Let me just share it. So online participants, I don't know if you can see the profile of Mrs. Rose Kama and Kama that we shared. Yes. Yeah. Okay, you can see it. So it will be there and you will be able to participate. So today we are going to be looking at the first on your list is personality types, right? On the timetable, understanding personality types. And I want to first start by appreciating you all for your consistency from the beginning of this training to this point. It is not easy for you to leave whatsoever you are doing to stay here from morning to evening, trying to learn mediation. And I pray that you will take further steps and get yourself certified, inducted, and become proud mediators and media practitioners. As you can see, some of the skills we have taught in the course of this training with experts from all over the world. As you can see, these skills are not only for mediation. These skills are things that you're going to use for other aspects of your life. So, so for those that are online, what we are looking at is understanding personality type this morning. And just as I've said. Okay. So you can see by way of introduction, personality refers to the long-standing traits and patterns that propels individuals to consistently think, feel, and behave in specific way. Are we together? Personality is that consistent terms long-standing traits and patterns that propel individuals to consistently think, feel, and behave in specific way. Our personality is what makes us unique individuals. That is what distinguishes between Mr. A and Mr. B. Right? You see some people who say, "Guy, it feels like so person," because you try to understand their personality. So the manner in which we interact with one another, or you interface and we you know, when you're doing a hybrid training, a lot of things happen. So you have to be up and doing on. Some people, you know, mistakenly can click on their this. So now, what distinguishes one person from another is your personality. Are we together? So the manner in which, yes, we react differently to the same situation, not because of anything, but because of our personalities and our temperaments. Do you know that there are people, small things make them get angry? So if I get angry, you know, my anger is the bad one. I don't know if you have had somebody speak like that, isn't it? There's some people, I was a I don't know, it's like which you know.
Hello, if you can see me, you are no longer audible. If you can hear me, you are no longer audible.
Can hear me. So you see your reaction.
Take it to a higher frequency.
No, but how can? All right, so you can just leave that. Just leave it. Leave it. So if you want to speak, you use this. You just put this down. You don't need to on. You put just put it on this thing and then you just a minute. So we should be receiving with this one. Okay, so online participant, please can you hear us?
It is now we started hearing you know. It was mute for some time. It was muted for some time. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, you are audible now. You went off for some time.
Okay. All right, so you can reduce the volume there. Yeah. Okay, so we were looking at an introduction. So our personality is very, very important. Our personality is what distinguishes us from another person. And if you are at the mediation table, you see that personality, the party A may be different from party B. You understand? And sometimes you may have the same personality. People that are quiet, you have to ginger them to talk. Sometimes you have one that is talking more than the other one. Sometimes you have all of them are talkatives. Then you'll be wondering, you need to use emotional intelligence. You must use understanding of the personality type to know the strategy you're going to employ to be able to put them in check. Are we together? So this personality is the characteristics sets of behavior, cognition, and emotional pattern that evolve from biological and environmental factors. Now, your personality can be shaped from the place you are raised. Sometimes it can be a component of who you are, you know, biologically. Are we together? So they say, okay, their father is like that. I don't know if you have had things like this. Say, he's just behaving like his father. Just should. quiet, and something like that. Are we together? So these are this is the thing. Now, the connection between your personality and your temperament. Remember when we were introducing, we said people react to different situations based on their what? Personality and what? Their temperament. So we know what temperament is. Yeah. Your temperament is your behavioral style. That is the how of behavior. Are we together? Your personality, on the other hand, describes what a person does or why they do things, why the person does the thing that he's doing. Now, temperament is, in psychology, is an aspect of personality. Are we together? Your temperament is the aspect of your personality and is concerned with your emotional disposition and the reactions and the speed and intensity. The term is often used to refer to prevailing mood pattern, the prevailing mood and the mood pattern of a person. Are we together? So that's the connection. The temperament and personality are related. They are developed from early childhood and it stays throughout your whole life. If you see children who are raised in a very hostile environment, that ends up becoming their lifestyle. If they go to a peaceful environment, they may be behaving as though they are still in that hostile environment. Maybe if they don't hear small things, they don't go and carry their knife and their guns, and they are waiting for the next thing. Everybody is just the survival of what? The fittest. Are we together? Okay, so you see, when you see people who grow in a very quiet environment, or people who grow, all of them, family are female, no male, and those that they are all boys, no girl. Or if you see a girl that grows up, only her among 5 or 6 boys, she may end up behaving like the boys, as in, you may not distinguish them, isn't it? So if you see a boy that grows up amidst 5 sisters, also you don't have to be on. Then if you see these people who grow up without male, without female, or those who go to from primary to university, go to female school, no male, or male schools, no females. You see, that has a way of working on their personality. When you are a father, you go to father school, you go and do the small one for secondary school, you finish, you go to the seminary and do your doctorate. You are trained in that particular pattern. It forms your personality. Some of these traits, as you can see, can be acquired. Some you can change them, when you are deliberate about it. Are we together? So that's the importance of this. Now, characteristics of personality. Your personality is made up of certain characteristics. The pattern-like behavior, the feelings and the thoughts. The behavior, the feelings and the thoughts. Psychological and physiological. No, psychological, you don't see the reaction, you don't see it physically. Isn't it? When you say, I think this person is having a mental or psychological problem, you need psychological counseling and the rest of it. Your actions are multiple expressions. When someone is easily angry, quick temper, when you see, sometimes out of anger, you start smiling. Isn't it?
So you need to understand this so that when you are relating with somebody, you know his kind of personality, then you know the level of the way you relate with him. Isn't it? I remember yesterday our conclusion is that they said argument is one of the least effective communication means of communication. Because at the end of it, it will leave the two people more convinced in their opinion. Isn't it? Argument. Like some of these ways you are coming to do, because I'm the right person, you are the wrong person. Everybody will end up coming from you that what you say is the right thing. So it's a least effective means of what? Communication. So temperament is a basic inherited style, whereas personality is acquired on top of temperament. You understand? Your temperament is inherited, but your personality will be acquired. Possibly due to the environment you find yourself. Right? Isn't it? Maybe if they say if you talk about this very high blood pressure, you are everybody usually of things you inherit. They are what? They are more or less your temperament. These are things but you can work on them. Right? Let's say your father, your family that they are very, very gifted people. You understand? Naturally, you buy anything and don't do, right? But you see some other people they are seeing the lifestyle. They will eat and then you see them, they start becoming believe. Well, some other people they are deep inside, but they deliberately go to train themselves to become slim and reduce the time. Deliberately, you're thinking. You go to school where they teach them. They do some YouTube, like you are letting your people, they give you small thing here, they don't just eat what you like. Isn't it? You know, the chicken, all these wonderful things, you know. It's not a good thing, no, at all. Okay, so personality of an individual can be acquired in years. Factors such as education, socialization, various pressures in life, and other various aspects affect the personality of individuals. Your temperament is what? More of inherited something, right? So if you inherit a disease, can't you cure it? You can work on it, isn't it? Say if it is not curable, right? So, but if like you have some people that you know in their families, I see all of them are hot-tempered. If you just do small thing, they flare up. They say, now like that, not so them be. Isn't it? That is more of what? Temperament, right? But your personality type is acquired and is influenced by several factors. The type of school you go to. You see the Igbo people, maybe from the south, when they see people like us appear, see Ogaya, if you wear his kaftan and he goes there, they say, Onya Hausa, are you a Muslim or a Christian? You say you are a Christian, they say, hey, you mean there are Christians in the north? You know, that is because they have stayed over there, they have not come across to this place. It has formed their personality, the way they think, the way they relate, the way they reason. But if you go to a unitary school where you see people from all over the country coming, they say, where are you from? From the north. This one from the, you mean you have Christian and Muslims in the north? Say yes. Do you understand? Do you get? So these are the things that you see that we said your personality is influenced by certain factors. Socialization, interaction. When you interact with females in the house, you have more females, just you, male. You know, as you interact, you socialize. So your environment. When you live, like sometimes you go to my village, you see all the little girls, 18, 19, 20, they're already pregnant and giving birth already at home. If you stay in that kind of environment, before you know it, it will just be like it is the normal train. So if you raise a child in that kind of environment, that's why the environment you raise your child also what matters. If you raise him in a jungle or all of these kind of places, you begin to behave like the people in that environment. If it is the area where people drink, smoke, and do all of those things, they may just naturally be acquiring. As a result of socialization, you see everybody, parent, young, old, doing it. You feel that that is the right thing. Are we together? So your personality is acquired. Sometimes when you are pressurized, there are children who they didn't come from a rich background, right? Their parents are lacking. So you see that they pass through a lot of pressure to survive. Are we together? So you see them, they go to, before they go to school, they will go and do little business in the morning, then go to afternoon school. Or when they go to school in the morning and they come back, they'll do a little business. Or they have to go and farm to raise money for themselves, right? To take care of their needs. Are we together? So you see that that person will grow up becoming very tough. They can withstand pressures, circumstances in life that somebody else that is, you know, one of the rich kids, he said the difficult he has ever done in life is when they didn't come and pick him in school. So he had to trek possibly from the school to the main road to look for this cab or all of those things to take them out. That's the difficult thing he has done in his life. Now, you see, he has not been exposed to any form of pressure, and that will actually form his personality. He will be used to the life of ease. You know, they have drivers, they can shout at the driver. If you are staying at home and you shout at an elder, they will knock your head. But go and knock the head of a big man's child. You will understand that all children are not equal. Even in school, they say, don't touch my child. Even now in the environment, then if you see a child, they say it is everybody's child. Now it is not everybody's child. It's my child. So don't do anything that I did not authorize you to do. Are we together? Do you understand this point? So we're saying that your personality can be affected. So when someone has passed through a lot of difficulty in his life, even when he becomes rich, it may still be showing in his face. I hope you understand. And he may even be showing his mentality. Are we together? Right? So when you grow up in a place where always you have all that you need, you don't even know how to go and fetch water in another compound. So if you don't have water, you call daddy, they've not brought light to, we don't have water. Can you send a driver with water for me to take my bath and all of those things? You know, some do it. Abi? Because they are not exposed. But when you grow up the way we grow up, you go and knock the next compound and say, sorry, I don't know. Do you have, can I fetch water? They cannot do it. They cannot survive pressure. So these things exposes you. When you are exposed to pressure in life, it has a way of what? Forming your personality. It will give you stamina to be able to withstand certain circumstances. Are we together? Now, we have different types of personalities. We have personality A. Having laid the foundation and did this explanation, personality A. Now, this is a complex pattern of behavior and emotion that includes excessive emphasis on competition, aggression, impatience,
and hostility. Are we together? This personality A, when they are competing, competition, I want to be the best. If I is not the best, he can frustrate his life. The excessive emphasis on what? He sees life as a competition. So when he's going there, if it is in school, he wants to be the best. He wants to be the best. Are we together? Yes. And you know, when you are doing that, you can be very aggressive at that. You want to achieve people and attain it by all means, so you can be very aggressive about it. But you know, when you have a vision, you are supposed to pursue it aggressively. So this man, a type A personality, which is also known as drivers, is characterized by competitiveness, competition. They always feel the need to win in any situation. You understand? They don't want to lose. So if you have that kind of person in a mediation session and you are not white, you must, you know, they say it's a win-win situation, but his own win, he wants his own win to be better than the other person. So if you don't know this kind of personality, you know how to address it. You know, we are going to be looking at, today is really bad, actually. We are going to be looking at when you are doing a mediation session and you come to a close and impact, stalemate, you people cannot go further, you cannot go back, you are just stay. We are going to look at strategies, the things that are possible to kind of thing, and the strategies you can use to able to navigate your way through it. We are going to learn it. Because you come to a point where nobody is possible. You must use your skill as a mediator to be able to carry and navigate. I've done a mediation session. Family, in fact, people were rejecting it. They have tried their best. Nora, even our translator yesterday, was coming from one of the mediation meetings. They also do their own part. Because it's a family issue and everybody was very, very confused. So you see a situation where the husband will insult the wife. Very useless woman. You are this and shower, you are this and that. Then the woman the also. If I tell you the kind of things that I had in my ear, these are people that are even not together. Actually, they are together. Somebody may end up just smacking another person. You understand? So, this kind of person, they are usually not good negotiators. Because when they go, you know, ADR is give and take, right? But when you go there with the mindset that I must win, you know, you cannot send that kind of person. You send this kind of people to do something that requires competition, expertise, and all of those things, and not to go and do negotiation. Because if you are negotiating, you must ensure that it's the one that gets everything. You must win. And it must be very clear that you won. Are we together? Not secretly, it must be publicly. So you see some people, when you say, your worship, your worship say my name is Douglas. I said, no. It is your honor for your worship. When you say, Mr. Douglas, you will not stand up. Some people are like that. Chief, Doctor, Professor, Pastor, Reverend, so person, IT. If you don't mention those things, they are not standing up. You understand? These are people that they want to be recognized. So you know the kind of person and you relate with him based on his personality. Are we together? But you see some people, they have, you cannot finish calling them, they just write their name simply. Bulus title.
You know, you just see who you start to, you will think is one, but the day you have the opportunity of you saying, what? Are you this one? Yeah. You know, so those are the things. Now, this personality, they are usually impatient. They are referred to as the choleric. Always in a hurry. If this person says, okay, I'm coming in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll wait for you in front of the house. When you don't stay for 1-2 minutes and you are not there, they are gone. Then you say, oh, no, when you get I'm going. I waited for you for 2 minutes, you are not there, I'm gone. Always in a hurry. They are referred to as choleric. Then they are domineering. They are anywhere. They want to be the head. They want to be in charge. They want to dominate. Either in a group, they want to dominate. Even they will be more prominent than the leader of the group. Are we together? They are very ambitious. You know, before you know it, they want to, you know, okay, this is the head. Before you know it, they are even displace you and take over our role. And then that's the kind of personality, very ambitious. I know Paul, you know, in the Bible, Paul is somebody like that. You know, if they know we cannot go with this person going to delay our topic, and because of that, they have to separate their ways. So that's one of the personalities. So just look at it and understand. Online participants, please, can you confirm if you can hear me, hear and see the slides?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can hear you.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. So this is it for personality A. Do we understand? They are what? Yes. Very impatient, competitive. They want to win. They want to dominate. They want to be at the spotlight. Isn't it? Yes. I know that somebody like Donald Trump is this kind of person. What do you think? What do you think? Is the thing you just come black, tell you the thing, this is the thing, you don't. Those are the kind of. So when you look at the characteristics, you will also tell me. So from this one, who can tell me whether you fall into any of these? Whether you fall into personality A, whether you are a personality A kind of person. Who? Does anybody fall under this kind of personality type? Anyone? Okay, so you know you can actually have a combination of personalities, right? Okay. So you now have the next personality is personality B. Type B personality. Type B personality, they are generally easygoing people. They are relaxed, highly flexible, you know. They say, oh, boy, where do you go? I want to go buy something. They say, they go this side. Before you know, say, you want, may we just go now. You go leave where they go, you go follow it. You follow it to where you are going to. That's the kind of person. They are flexible, they are less stressed, and are more widely appreciated. They are good negotiators, right? In the place of work, you see them, they can negotiate very well, you know. They are outgoing, energetic, fast first, and they enjoy being a center of attraction as well. Yes, they enjoyed it. So, but if you look at
their main characteristics. You know, the personality A, they say is sanguine, right? Choleric or sanguine. The sanguine is the personality B person. Flexible. Relaxed. They can reduce the level of stress when you see they try to enjoy themselves. They adopt to change quickly, right? They are even tempered. They are not too, they are just normal kind of people to relate with. So, you know, these kind of people, because they are flexible, they like relaxation and all of those things, so they have the tendency to procrastinate. I will do it. The next 2 hours, 3 hours, they have the tendency to postpone. Yeah. You know, personality, you want to be the first person to submit. You don't want anything. Somebody was telling me that he applied for something and he moved out. He was doing something very small. So the personality, a person is very disturbed. So anything that will make him move out, he will try to eradicate. So I think, I still have the time. Let me just relax more before I want. Before you know it, the person who won in that scenario was that the people that submitted first. Then personality A will ensure that you submit this document so that you can be the first person. So that you can win, so that you can be recognized as the winner and be very proud of it. Isn't it? But this kind of the personality, people
sexual assault, intimidation, sexual enticement, causing
relax on the ground.
Some examples, some people are making
So,
injustice, related in conspiracy,
some people are making
public nuisance, it is breach of trust, then inciting disturbance, ungardable public nuisance, defamation, corruption, misappropriation, ungardable armed robbery, parent disobedience,
chairman of the governing body,
traffic offense,
very interesting.
extortion.
So you see, if it is in the Bible, the type of person that has these qualities is Peter. For those of you who are conversant with it, you will see that this is the kind of personality. Then you look at type C personality. Type A personality, we say they are what? Choleric, right? Type B personality, we say they are sanguine, right? Then this type C personality, they are melancholic. So these are detail-oriented individuals who involve themselves in controlled, stable things. Now, we have looked at personality B. Among us here, who belongs to or if you have a combination of personality A and B. Who? Anybody? You belong to personality B. B and C. Okay, B and A. You combine. Any other person? You have not seen. Okay, you are in one of them. You are a type of person. Okay, so when you see the one that is the one that dominates, eventually we have 4 personality types. So this one, you see, they pay attention to their interest is in accuracy, rationality, and logic. Eh? It doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It don't make sense. That is what you telling them. So they want the thing to be rational. Like, how can you say if you want to pick a snake, you should pick the snake from the head instead of from the tail instead of from the head? Is it rational? That when somebody cheats you, you should not take action against him. Is it rational? No, think of it now. Just think of it. Think. He will ask you. So they are they like accuracy. They are creative, right? They are dependable. They used to be very faithful. Yes. So you see that this type of people, because of their accuracy, imagine if you are a pharmacist, you are a type A, type B kind of personality. Say, bros, I beg you, don't go stress yourself there now. Just relax. Somebody is in the hospital. They are saying they need the test result. The person is, when you come, you see him eating. And they are asking, they are waiting for this. He said, okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. He's just nothing, it's as if nothing disturbs him. Right? So, but this type of people, you see that because of the accuracy, you see, maybe somebody who is reading pharmacy, medical doctors, they are supposed to have this type of qualities because they are expected to be very, very accurate in some of the things they are doing. In fact, I know that in the training as a medical practitioner, they have some courses that they use negative marking. So if you have 10 questions, if you don't know question number 1, just leave it. Go and answer question number 2. You don't attempt and answer a question you do not know. That is the part of what? Accuracy. You must be accurate, you must be sure. So once you are not sure, it's better you leave it because at the end of it, you'll be dealing with people's life. So you cannot come and be doing trial and error with people's life. Or a pharmacy, they say, this is the required dosage. This is the required quantity that you're supposed to put in these drugs. Then you now go and put something more or less. Are we together? So when you look at people like doctors, pharmacists, people, that they require what? Scientists. Somebody tried to develop a bulb. He tried 99 times. To be able to what? Invent this bulb we are using. Who is that? Thomas
Edison. Thomas Edison.
I think it's Thomas Edison, right?
Yes.
Or who?
Thomas Edison.
But he tried 99 times. They are imaginative and creative, detailed. I know women too they have this type of qualities. If you propose to a woman, I know that maybe she can keep the date, the time, the atmosphere, how the environment is looking, maybe the kind of people that were there, and all of those things, she may keep it in her head. The man, maybe if I ask you, all of us now, if you are married, if I ask you when you propose, even the date, possibly you may not remember. Is it true? But you don't even know how you will propose. But ask the woman, she will tell you when. Isn't it? How? Isn't it? Even the environment, that is very detailed. You have some men that are like that, isn't it? Very detailed when it comes to, and that's why when it comes to academically, I learned that women are more intelligent than men. Yes. Yes. Most times. If you check most of the people who are coming out best, very, very intelligent, they are mostly women. We're not saying that men are not intelligent too, but more of women. They are highly organized, detailed, they play by the rules. This is what you are supposed to do. Just do it, nothing more. You know, if you find these people in the office and they say they are the ones that used to keep attendance, stop. When they say by 9 o'clock, take off the register. If you come 9 o'clock, you don't see the register. Are we together? Are we together? Are we together? So if you check the Bible, you can see Moses as one of those kind of people. He was the one who was receiving the laws. He was the one who was saying, these people, you have to obey the law. When he came and saw the people not obeying the law and they were busy dancing and relaxing, what did he do today? He just smashed it on the ground. Abi? So these are the kind of, that's the kind of personality C. Do you see yourself as one of these personality, either A, B, C, or combination? Who is a personality C person here? Okay, personality C. Okay. Okay. You are what? Which one? You have not seen yourself yet. Okay, in all. That's you are very complex. So you can be competitive, you can be accurate, you can be relaxing, you just fit into all, right? Then type D personality is they take life easy. You see that other personality B is relaxed. He can create the relaxation himself, but this one, they are easygoing. As these are the kind of no serious, they go to school. You see somebody who had an E pass. You jump in and you make I would say, you don't pass. Then you see somebody who his eye is finished as he working. I can't forget. You say, what is the problem? You say, I got B. But the other one, he is jumping and deviating with his teeth. He takes like nothing is something. I never see him falling down for getting a high because just very easy going, nothing is something. Even if he gets good to me, thank God. If you don't get, you just relax, smiling. What is in this country when everything, why are you always smiling like this? It's just easy going. They are secure in a job and are happy doing it, doing a repetitive task day in, day out. Like some are secretaries, they are secretaries for 20 years. You understand? And because of that consistency, they become very professional and expert in that field. Are we together? There is this field for lawyer, the suit. Right? If you watch it, at the point there is one woman that they brought, very elderly one that she was the secretary. They have been doing it even before the lawyer person here was born. But that is a job. So these are the kind of people, they are very consistent, they take life easy, and then they are very skilled as a result of reputation. You know, they say practice makes what? So as a mediator, if you don't even have this kind of personality, you should be deliberate on what? Developing it. As you do something repeatedly, you become skilled and expert in it. Are we together? So you see, now you see, they don't like it if the rules changes. They are used to doing one thing. So when you are saying now, today, we are not sitting in the office, we are going to do marketing. Say, Kai, which kind of thing is this? I bet just leave us. Abi, because they are used to staying, they'll come and take attendance, you write, they'll go and type, they'll do this and that. Say, okay, today you are the one that will go and look for clients, or you are the one that will go and deliver later. Say, just let this person that he has been doing it, let him do it, because they are used to what they are doing. Are we together? So they are what? Supporters. Personality what? This personality what? supporters, and phlegmatic. Personality A is what? Choleric. Personality B is what? Sanguine. Personality C is what? Melancholy. Then personality D is what? Phlegmatic. So you see, they are very caring. Yes, very caring. You know, we have men that are like that. Women. You see some men, this is not your wife, she's not your sister, she's not Betty. She's just very caring. You see men like that, women like that. And sometimes they will be asking you, bros, now your wife is this, now your girlfriend. It's just like that, isn't it? You also see women like that. They are very caring, they are concerned about you and all of those things. And you see them very sincere, just open, compassionate. These qualities, a mediator should possess them. Even if you have other personality types, this is something you should, because if you are not concerned and passionate about the people before you, you can at any time say, "Top, the dispute man, not be my own. The problem, you know, they from my head." Abi, so if you don't want to resolve, you know, now your problem, but if you don't want to resolve, carry your kaya, they go. But if you insist, you are passionate about it, that will be very wonderful. Are we together? So they are calm, they are fair and equitable, unimposing. That's personality D for you. You see, they are also dependable. When you tell somebody, bros, how far? You feel help me buy this thing, say yes, I will bring it to you. You know you can go to sleep. They are dependable kind of people. But that personality B we talked about, relax. Say, bros, how far now beg? I dey try, make I just eat first, I dey come. You know, those kind of things, you know. So, but you see, these people are what? They are reliable, they are dependable. Because he knows that if he says he will do something, he will do it. You can say that he's self-confident in his ability, of course. Consistent. There are people that you cannot approach, but these people are approachable. Personality A person may be very competitive. So they can be easily taken advantage of because of their simplicity, isn't it? I think women are also in this category. We have more women in this category, right? Is it? Men too can be, but they are not plenty. In fact, in the last training we had, someone was of the opinion that you have more men in this category than women. Do you believe? Personality D. Dependable, reliable, self-confident, consistent, you know, approachable. You can see very caring, they are sincere, they are calm, compassionate. Is it women or men? No, but you see, when a woman gets married, she hardly goes out. Hardly. But men, they say, African culture now. They culturally are not supposed to have one. And what's the context? Wow. Everybody goes out. You go out. You know that comes from way now. Like you have a wife at home, you are following another woman outside, whether married or married. That's what I mean by going out.
There are some children that they can easily get favors from their fathers.
They can get what? Favors.
Mama will begin because like dependable,
friendly, compassionate. Please on this thing, let's see if it's.
Need to ask questions.
Is it not the father that does all of those things? Are you sure?
No.
One of these is a time. But if the boy or the daughter just run, he may be. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so this is it about understanding personality type. Are we together? Are we together? So as a mediator, you need to understand people's personality. Because imagine like your worship today, she belongs to almost, she can see herself all in the situation. Yeah? You can see yourself in all the situation. So what do you do? If you come, so she can, it's like a very of them. You can be here, you can be here. So it is left for the mediator to be very, very sensitive. Because if it comes, she can keep quiet. You don't follow it. You think that I think the bad person. When it is time to be doing the shouting, to be doing the shouting. When it is time to be supported, to be support. To be caring, to be belongs to all. Are we together? Are we together? So this is the you must understand people's personality. You see, these things are not things that you can only use in mediation. You have your children, you be able to know the type of personality you have, right? It will help how to relate to them. They will know the kind of so that will help you know how to relate with them. If you are in a working place and you know people's personality, when they say it is the Peter that is on duty today, you say everybody start, you know how to, you start Peter and they say, bro, they say, bro, you know, Peter is duty today, but you put yourself in order. When it is other, say, nah, I want you now, you know, now, easy going, say, how far now, say, you don't do that again, you don't do that again, you don't do that again. And that one, before it's close, you have gone. Enter inside. What is happening? Yeah, you don't know that. Take your time. Is it not 9 o'clock? You are finished, isn't it? So you know the kind of people you know how to relate to them, and you should be very sent as a quick to identify. You know, sometimes some people, even from the way you meet them, the way they carry themselves, you know the type of person they are. So it will help you because you are supposed to be committed to the engagement process. And any error in your own part may end the process. And when it's ended, the parties will be affected one way or the other. Right? So let it be that it is on of their own will, you have done your own part, that they have refused to send you. That is their problem. But let it not come from you. That's why we are putting all these things for you to learn. Is there any question? Any question? Online participants, I don't know if you have any question or comment.
I think we can say that one of the personality types might be the dominant type, and then we have traces of one or two traits from the other.
Yes, actually, you can have a combination of personalities, but you will have one that is dominant, right? But you see, the thing is that you can train yourself in some of these things. Some professionals, you know, like personality B, we talked about. Is it B or no C? That we said, yeah, they are of this accuracy, creative. You know, there are some when they put their thing here like this, they don't want anybody to move it to the next because even me, I don't like people moving my thing because my mind is already working with where I kept that thing. So when I come and start looking, who carried this thing? I don't really like it, right? So you need to also know your own personality. But you see, you can learn. When you discover that you are living with people that always, they are the type that carries the things all around. So you have to start adjusting gradually and gradually, and you can learn it. isn't it? It's something you can learn. So if you don't have the qualities you know you need, learn them. But people who are that personality and they don't see the need to change, you should know how to interact and relate with them. Are we together? Are we together? So we're going to be looking at also emotional intelligence, which will also help you to see, in fact, the components, different components has the things that you need to also know and acquire. Very, very important. They go hand in hand. That is why we brought it in. We could have asked you to come and pay like maybe 100, 150 to come and do a seminar on emotional intelligence. But we are stressing you and including this in the training so that you will be what? Fully equipped to do the work that you are what? Trained to do. Because if they ask you to come and pay for additional training, separate, they put this. Okay, we want to teach you how to charge for media services. Come and pay. It may take you time for you to gather the money, not even job. So we want to teach you on how you want to start off your mediation training. After you finish and you are certified, you want to start off a mediation practice. How do you go about it? Right? We want to put all these things together for you. Any question? Online participants? Any question, comments? Okay, Mr. Dato.
Hello?
Maybe take it to the other side.
Can you hear me?
Take it. Back.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes. So how in this situation wherein you have, these 4 personality types, and then how can you identify if a person has, let me say, a combination of 3? Now, as a mediator, because what we are now learning is one has to be skilled. One has to understand the personality of even the persons coming to him, the parties coming to him, so that you know how to address their issues. You understand?
So can you just ask the question again? Can you ask the question?
So in terms of relation, how will you be able to skillfully identify to their problems and then pen it down? Something that needs your wisdom and needs bring out those qualities as
to be able to bring out the point as well. Just ask the question again.
You are interacting with people on the.
Go ahead.
Did you get my question?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead. Ask the question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
The question I'm trying to ask is, as a mediator, because all these personality types are to help the mediator to identify, which is dominant in maybe the parties coming, and to be able to know how to address their issues, isn't it? And relate with them well. So now what I'm trying to say is that as a mediator now, let me say a party may have like a combination of 3 of that, personality types. And the person come for solution. Do you understand? Parties have come for solution now. And you as a mediator, you have to know their needs to be able to identify their problems and to be able to come up with, the solution to them on paper, in writing. So what I'm trying to say is that how can one be able to skillfully identify in interacting with parties their personality types and be able to put down the solution, what does their own the solutions to their pressing problems as a mediator, practically.
You had a question, man. You've had the question. Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the online participants? Okay, so so answer this one. If you have any further questions, you can drop it on the chat box. Okay.
My question is, am I allegiant? Yes. Just in case the personality type of people before if I am allegiant, why? If I am not allegiant, why? Sometimes I assume. Sometimes I assume. My allowed to assume that my belief is my belief. Am I permitted to assume? If I cannot, then I'm not allowed to also assume. And why would I assume?
Okay, so any other question? Is there any other question? Yeah, we all understood, right? Okay, so we have two questions. Ma. Okay.
I don't know whether I have a grasp of this.
You have
A grasp of this. This personality what is causing. One believe is this is what applies to you as a mediator of the other side to living partners. I want to know whether as a mediator you need to know what the personality type is. So if you are from the A group, you should put yourself on to have one of the types. And then if the invading parties, you know, if one of them, you should be able to know how to control the social process.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's morning still. Yes, it's still in morning. Are we still in morning? Yes. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The resource person has taken us through the length and breadth of personality types. And, we have the little graphs of what personalities are all about. So let's start with the last question. Why are we studying personality as mediators? On the first day, the first resource person told you that we'll be going through personality types. Now, the reason why you must know personality types is also called personality of personality. If you don't understand your own personality, a cantankerous client, a mighty, can put you off. And if you're not careful, you will just make a shipwreck of the whole process. And what would the person make you have a shipwreck of the whole process? Because it's not interesting. Those out to frustrate process so that you get angry and you call it off. And then you continue to frustrate the person. So the major reason of learning personality is for yourself first. Know your personality. No one puts you off. When you know what puts you off, what gives you triggers, what makes you happy, then you will be able to understand the way you will react to the parties stay before you. When you know yourself, then you now know the type of personality of the person. Because if you know personality, then the moment you be given instances of what personality A, B, C, what they do, you know, very common with the A personality, very dominant. You know, the moment it enters a mediation session, the first one that you are maybe down on you. If you don't know your personality, you're likely going to get angry. But if you see that this man is an A personality who is very dominant, who can talk and talk and talk, because you have you already have the knowledge that this is who he is, you won't get offended. You are laughing. And you will actually celebrate it because that is what the personality, a person likes. Once it comes before you and he does all the talking, then tell me more about his characteristics, celebrate the characteristics, then you give me more information. So it is for both you and then the practice. But most importantly, it's for you to engage because you must know how to react to the personality A person, personality B person, personality C person, and then personality D person. So it's very important for you to know all of this. Okay, so the other question that the lady asked was the question? I said you can put the questions on the chat box. I think I can read them. Yes. Yes.
How do you identify the personality of the people before you? You have got almost 4 personalities.
Yes.
Then you are in a mediation session.
Yes.
How do you how will you be able to know that this person is this personality, this personality, and that one is that personality? That's the first question.
Okay, but display by the display of their mannerism for a type C person, when it's narrating his story, he will give you details about time, dates, the people around that area. He will give you detailed information. For the moment the person is going to explain to them, C person. And then if it's a type A person, you will just go short and summarize, and then he will tell you about it. So if we what a type B person, I don't think there's a problem here. I don't know why they are even making a big deal about the whole thing. To me, there is no, because it's an easy going person. So to him, there's no big deal about it. Actually, it's easier to resolve conflict with the type person than with the type A, because the type C person is that he's a very detailed person, and they usually get so offended. They have one in their minds. They are very close to their attention because they keep details. They enjoy going back to the history. They have taken everything down when they were 2 years old. They remember it. So the moment they begin to display that, you will know how to control it. Now, when you're dealing with it, there's sometimes because we also talked about when there is anger, when there is everybody shouting, the mediation process is allowed to private, just engage them in the private session. Say, okay, let's do private session. Then when you enter to speak with the C person, or in the A person, energize his strengths. It's very important to get them serious. They appreciate your memory, you're very accurate, you're very accurate. Do you really care about more about what is but if you don't know and say, why are you like this? You are supposed to, you won't get any information. So you must know so that you can know the tactics. I think, are we doing tactics? Do we have tactics of mediation in this training session? You have done it. So you will know the tactics to employ. You will use the same method to different personalities, you won't get the results. You won't, in fact, you will get the no. So once you know it and you speak it, you'll be able to, in fact, you give him what you will drink, he will tell you the one you didn't ask, and then re-emphasize confidentiality and all the things. Because very confidential. It's not everything up there that they want people to know. But for example, who wants to dominate? In fact, wants you to announce some things about them. So you must balance your approach. All right, another question? Okay, what's the other question then? Whether the mediator is assumption is assumption. You can assume wrongly. You can assume wrongly. Now, if you're not sure of the personality of the person, what you need to do is ask him what are the things he likes to do. What are the things he enjoys doing? What are the things he dislikes? What are his favorites? Now, in the course of him telling you what he likes, what he does not like, he will give you an inkling of his personality. So please don't assume. The reason why you will not assume is that all of us sitting down here, we all have a combination of all four personalities. It is the one that is more dominant in your life that makes you that particular type of personality. Okay, so there's a possibility that one maybe 65% type A, and then 95% type B. There is that possibility. So for you to be able to find out what is personality, you will help yourself by asking questions. You are going to learn questions. You don't already like questioning techniques. You don't questioning techniques. Yes, so you will know the kind of question to ask to get the information you want. And I'm sure that with your questioning techniques and the tactics of mediation that you've learned, and then the more personality that you're able to break through and resolve the problem and helping them to generate options. Yeah, it must generate options. When two of them resolve, you will help them resolve the conflict. Now, when you help them resolve the conflict, celebrate them because they are the ones that are generating the options, not you. Keep emphasizing that you are doing an assistance without them to see the things they cannot see. You just helping them to see that there is a solution in their hands. And they will also celebrate that they are the ones that came up with the solution, not you. Okay? Yes.
That's awesome. Let's just go to emotional intelligence.
Okay, go to emotional intelligence. Like I told you that you know, you have to develop your products every day. So according to Thomas Erickson, these four personalities are also derived products. You know that how does red feel? Red is still red. What is that? Pronouns. How did I be able to what are the reds? Red flags. You have the yellow. So these are all the kind of colors they have. And so the moment you see the colors, you already know that it's not A or type B person. And you'll be able to deal with such things. And I believe that with this introduction, you are better equipped to handle more complex matters. Like we were told the first day that if the session is going in a way that there is going to be tension, you call it up. Pick out other details. Because if you have a type A person that is appearing before a type C person, the type A person can speak all the grammar in the world, the type C person may not. Do you have anything to say? So you must focus. So in the moment of going into private sessions, you have to gauge your personalities and know to take into the private session person. If you don't take the time, every person in the private session, you are satisfied with the so much. So what you will do is to tell him that because he's the extrovert, so then you just report on the let me speak to you. The type C person who is the big class of speakers. Then you go to the society and then you go again. Okay, thank you very much. Listening, our resource person is so very good. Oh, you have the most to the listening. That's what I emotional intelligence. But before that, I want to just time spread to like 2 minutes.
It's too early. This is the first lecture.
This is the first lecture. Yes, person starts.
You can stand and just stretch and tell.
First stretch, go on. Then come back to seat. Please, I will not bother you with exercise. Don't stretch it by yourself. Anything else? First stretch. Probably not all the windows are also. Don't know whether very much. Yeah, the windows are open and the doors.
So the online participants, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, you can see.
All right. All right. I will just tell them to come back. Let them come in.
So can we come inside? Let's stop it here. Let's come inside. So answer the question, positive biscuit your personality. Positive biscuit agla. What personality is that? A and B and D. B and D. B and D. Yeah, you can never catch it like person hitting in the public like that. Yeah, yeah, we call them the perfectionists. The everything of them that's important. So that brings us to emotional intelligence. There's a level of the screen that you can see. What can you see on the screen? The brain. The brain. What's happening to the brain? There are pictures there. At least for those of you that did not attend nursery school, your children have attended. So what do you see?
Different state of mind.
Yes. 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 Some are excited, yes. No matter what, they are not. Some are crying, somebody crying. Some are crying at the same time. Have you ever seen a child that is that laughing, and then as he's laughing, you grab him over crying? Has any of your children played that with you?
Yeah, so much.
Well, let's look at it. It's a comedy. How?
Scenario was created where something the child was crying about something. I think he wanted to be.
Yeah.
He wanted the milk, and then the other person was going to give him the milk, then the next spill of the ground.
So why do you think that child behaved the way he behaved?
Because if you are not getting it, you shouldn't get it.
Okay, so it's a mischievous child. All right, there's a connection between our personalities and our emotions. And emotional intelligence is all about being wired by genes. It's your genetic makeup. Now, your genetic makeup determines how you interact with the society. And from the beginning, when you were doing personality, you were told that both your genetic and your societal exposure gives determines your personality. By virtue of the things you live in life, by virtue of the things you have learned, the combination of your genetic makeup. Now, looking at emotional intelligence, consider the brain is carrying so many emotions, the happy emoji, sad emoji, the uncertain emoji, the scary emoji, and then the ever happy one, all play in our brains. And you know that as a colonial entity, we only taught that intelligent potence matters much more than emotional potence. You can cram and pass the exams, oh, everybody will clap for you, and they will give you a award. And as the time A person, you know that you will be walking around and showing people in sport, and if you cheer process part and pass the exams, more than if the next day you talking to you. That's personality. But there is a kind of person who is not really interested in coming first, but he will not assist others in coming. Have you ever known something like that? It's not whether coming this way, it's not really good. As an emotionally intelligent person who does not need a competition. So I can, as actually keep this friend. And therefore, as a mediator, you must develop emotional intelligence in order to show empathy. One of the characteristics of an effective mediator is the act of empathy. If a mediator does not have empathy, then he's more or less like a judge. So you must know yourself, know the matters, know what to do to make them happy, and know what to do to help them achieve their goal. So the study of emotional intelligence in mediation training, it's more the possibility is that the people were like, are we here to hear your point of view? We're here to get help. So you must be able to show empathy in the way you relate. The crisis as well. So what is this emotional intelligence? That is become clear. Can I close this? Yeah. All right. So what is emotional intelligence? According to Daniel Goleman, the author of emotional intelligence, prefers to teach emotional intelligence as against intelligent quotients. It is the ability to perceive, control, evaluate emotions. So, what is that ability that you have to perceive first? When you perceive, you control, but then you evaluate and know how to handle first. So emotional intelligence can be learned and strengthened, even though it is an inborn resources. Like I said, emotional intelligence is not about political education. What the world, but the person that is able to perceive the kind of intelligence and the kind of personality you have, the person that is able to control your personality, and then the person that is able to evaluate the circumstances within which you're working, it's somebody that is emotionally intelligent. And so you learn it and you keep learning because people change as circumstances change. So being emotionally intelligent starts with exploring and honoring your own personal emotions first. Are you a happy person? Or you are a hard to get person? Are you a difficult person to work with? This takes time and it takes practice. And is one of the key elements in successful leadership skills. It contributes to professional and personal success, not just professional. Do you see the reason why some businessmen are more successful than the others? Given the same environment, the same capital, the same everything. But one is more successful, and the other one is anything he does. Kai, you can find a man that has the shop. His things might even be cheaper, but people will still no go. But somebody's shop may be more expensive, but people still keep there. Why do they do that? They do that because that person has more emotional intelligence than dealing with the people that encounter him or go there. So boosting your emotional intelligence will then decide more effectively your leadership skills and how you take a better decision, career success, as well as happiness in relationships and satisfaction. Now, away from mediation, because you really need to be balanced where you can be a mediator. If you're not balanced, you're going to give an imbalance. Will I say no? You're not supposed to give you're going to give an imbalanced way of resolving the conflict. The people will not, they will not be comfortable. So you use yourself as a person. You must know your intelligent potential, you must know how you operate, you must know your personality, and then you must understand, and then you must evaluate the environment in order to help the people you're dealing with. Now, according to Daniel Goleman, he said emotional intelligence matters much more than the IQ. Emotional intelligence is much more better intelligence quotient. So EI so as far as the study is concerned, as a psychologist, a man that has emotional intelligence will go far. But a man that only runs on intelligent quotient will be limited in his pursuit, his career. So if as a mediator, you're only interested in success stories, how you have done this, how you have done that, and you're not interested in how to get the people satisfied, they will leave you. Have you also noticed that there are doctors? They are very good, very intelligent. They know what to prescribe, they know how to prescribe, but they don't add empathy to their practice. Do you know why patients don't go to such doctors? They're quite interested in climbing and going to person. And as your body yesterday, by looking at the finished prescription. But there are other doctors that are emotionally intelligent. As your end, you will ask you about the end of that's an emotional intelligence doctor. How is your family? What do you think will happen to your hands as a patient? At least this doctor is not just interested in prescription. He's interested in the whole. And you know, health. Perfect health has been described as both emotional, psychological, mental, and all this. It's not just physical, you know. So an emotionally intelligent person don't specific. Be more interested in your emotional health first, your mental health, because you know that your emotions determines your physical disability, your physical well-being. If you're not well internally, if you're not well emotionally, if you're not well psychologically, then you will exhibit physical illness. Actually, there are a lot of emotions that manifest in physical sicknesses. Yes. A man that is prone to anger will be prone to hypertension. It's as simple as that. Heart's rolling. So, according to this very psychologist, it said in order for you to get the maximum output in anything you're doing, your intelligent content must be backed especially with emotional intelligence. You must have the ability to understand people's personality and how you relate with them. So this is him saying that he coined the term emotional quotient and likened it to traditional intelligence known as the IQ, like I've just said. So he said emotional intelligence is about how smart we are with human connection. Remember the story of the doctor I told you. How smart are you as a mediator with the parties sitting before you? How connected are you? You know, there are some people in the entire group, there's a kind of energy they dissipate. A contagious kind of energy. That maybe the whole place is very moody, and if they enter, the atmosphere will just. Have you ever noticed some kind of people with that kind of energy? Once they enter a place, the atmosphere will change. Everybody will be happy. So, what personality is that person? Yes. Sanguine. So, what is the sanguine? What personality type is that? Is it going in the alphabet? What's that? B. Yes. The yellow personality. Have you ever seen yellow color? When you see yellow color, what happens to you?
Right.
It's not shouting, it's like a neutralizer. It's soothing, yes. It neutralizes the atmosphere of the whole place. And then everybody is relaxed. And yet, they will still have their goals achieved. So being intelligent simply means that you're very good and very smart with human connection and how smart we manage ourselves and our relationships. As a boss in a office, how do you manage your relationship with your subordinates? How do you manage your relationship with your superior? You just take it for granted. Oh, my boss is a type B. Especially if you have a type B personality boss, the possibility is that you might take it for granted. So you need to know and know your boundaries. So the more emotionally intelligent the person is, the more effective they will be on every single level. So once you're able to understand the background of who you are, what you do, the people you're relating with, then you're likely going to be more effective as a mediator. You have more results because you can show empathy. So what are the components of emotional intelligence? Number one, self-awareness. Self-awareness is about how much you know about yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Knowing yourself is the very core of your own emotional intelligence. So everything flows from how you are, how you know yourself, and how you get involved in the things you do. So if I don't know myself, I'm likely going to go to place. You know that, let me go to the social category. If you know that, do you know that hope intoxicates some people? You know, I'm actually one who can. So I don't take it. Your grandfather. Do you know that sugar intoxicates some people? Sounds strange, right? There are some people that once they take sugar, they get so excited and they can misbehave. I don't even want to call alcohol. I don't want to call it because if I call it to it's alcohol, everybody knows that it's a bad thing. So, but sugar, as sweet as it is, can make you misbehave. But if you know that sugar excites you, or coke intoxicates you, or coke gives you headache, it gives me headache, not really intoxication. If I take coke now, I will feel that my brain, my head will just spin. So I don't even take it. But I like it when people are drinking mix. So if you don't know yourself and you want to take coke and you find for a mediation, and as you're talking, your brain is telling you a different thing. The person sitting before you say a different thing. You're also saying a different thing. Then you are no longer going to be an effective person in what you're doing as an individual. So the most important component about emotional intelligence is to know yourself. How do you know yourself? Know your strengths and know your weaknesses, then work on your weaknesses, celebrate your strengths, and then learn your skills. And then if you know that drinking motorcycle because it's not sugar, it will make you sick. You don't have to drink alcohol regulations because you don't have to sleep and then the person will be like, is this one for sleeping or eating? That means what is even bothering him is not even a problem to him. But if you know yourself, then you will not do what bring disrespect to yourself. Then the second thing is when you know yourself, then there's more self-reflection. It's an aspect of emotional intelligence which deals with your feelings and your emotions. Once you're able to reflect on yourself, you know yourself, you know your weaknesses, you know your strengths, then you keep reflecting and saying, okay, and this aspect I'm weak here, so let me do what will make me effective. I have strengths here, so I don't need to practice more. I'll be able to do that. So once you do that, then you understand your values. What are your values? What are your attitudes? What do you believe in? What are your opinions and experiences that govern the way you live? People develop much when they know their value. If you don't know your value, people are here and you won't achieve anything because you're working without the projection, you're working without the work. But if you know your value, nobody, no client will create compare your energy. So that's how your value, know your purpose, know your purpose drivers, and know what influences you. There are people that when you ask them for a favor, they will take the cloth. Okay? But there are some people that you go through them, and when they speak to the person, he will do what you have asked. So who are the people that influence your decision? You know, in houses and check your money. Who are the people that can make you change your values? And if you know the people that can change your values, you must be able to take a fair decision and say, with all due respect, in this matter, I will not oblige you. Because as ADR practitioners, especially when it comes to mediation, the concept of confidentiality is very important. Very, very, very important. Unlike arbitration, in arbitration, you don't see so many people if I have no phone call, nothing with the parties. If you didn't do that, you must disclose it. So I don't know whether some of you have arbitration training. You have arbitration training at the background. You must be able to distinguish between arbitration and mediation. So for mediation, there are some things that a party will tell you, and you are allowed to ask, do you wish I share this information with the other party? If you say so, it will remain so. If they hears it out, you can be sued for breach of confidentiality. So it's very important. So if there are people that can influence, somebody will find out, they won't make a mistake. And say, can you just tell me who this and that? Now, your career development, not just in the communication of the know the people that are influence you and know how to tell them that sorry, so with due respect, sorry about due respect. On this matter, please don't cross my values. Okay? All right, so the next thing is access your skills using the right variety of functional and technical skills to access your professional life. What you're doing now is you're activating your skill according to that more definition. Like he said, knowing the personality type of people, not just for mediation, but for day-to-day relationship with your wife, your husband, your children. You know, children can take the range of any misunderstanding between husband and wife. I don't know how many of you have children. Have you noticed that when you're growing, children are very disciplined because they will go and say, because he knows that they will put people down. I want to buy this and because you want to pay your mother to go, you don't for their child because you are like, maybe there are things people take and correct. Let's enjoy this video. Especially when you're boxing each other. If you're boxing each other, you kill them emotionally. But when they realize that people are just flexing muscles of nothing, they will take advantage of that situation. And then how you get what they want? Because they know that there's a young man that took it at the end. Never seen his parents agree on something like the private health of going to study in the United States of America. They have been disagreed on so many things. But on this particular matter, both of them agreed that it was so amazing. So children know your weaknesses. And if they know your weaknesses, they will take advantage of it. So you have to keep accessing and sharpening your skills day in, day out. Not just for your professional life, but for your day-to-day living. So know what works for you. Know how you approach your work. Know when your brain works at best. Some people's brain work from 2 a.m. 5 a.m. There are people that we call night workers. Anything you tell them in the daytime, no matter how you push them to work for you. So for you as a boss, who is emotionally intelligent and you know their personality, what you do, give them take away home assignments. Don't say, Mr. Ben, I want to have this work done, but bring it tomorrow. Is your laptop working? Yes, we have problem, but like, okay, charge your laptop and take my laptop, charge it in the office. and then you work. Be very happy because as a night worker, you spend the night, you get the best. But there are people that no matter what you do, once you sleep at home, Satanis to the dunya are going to sleep till 6 a.m. So whatever you do, I tell them to wake up within that time, it will not. So how your brain functions. Our brains function differently. Very, very differently. Somebody like me, once 1 a.m. Once I hit 1 a.m., I don't sleep. If I don't sleep before 1 a.m., then if I don't force myself, there's a likelihood I won't sleep till 5 a.m. It's a very high likelihood. So I have to do so many things and all of that. And normally I'm not at any sleep. So I know some days when you come back with tired, and I'm talking to it, I'm very big now. You're talking about this morning. Let's just like you sleep in the afternoon, right? You don't sleep in the afternoon. No understand why somebody be the last to sleep and be the first to wake up, and you sleep in the afternoon. I see, I don't think I don't believe it. But that's how my brain works. And then his own brain works once his head is on the so you know how your brain functions. And when you know how your brain functions, and parties are insisting that try this mediation or that the survey, if you know your brain does not function well in the morning, don't accept it. It's your brain, that is why it is 8 years, it is not hot. You know, you could, my lord, remove this motion 9 o'clock or any hours, as an order of the court and any other orders that will begin it and all of that. At least everybody that knows legal system traditionally by now of the judges. A judge's brain was not wake up till 12 o'clock. He put service with himself by sitting before the court. You won't get the best. So these are all components of emotional intelligence. Okay? So discover your leadership. What is your leadership style? Are you a specific leader, charismatic, democratic, are you an autocratic leader? You should know your leadership styles and then apply them on people. Perceive and align yourself with them and not how others perceive you. Don't bother on people's perception about you. It's so important. It can only help you guide you how to improve. We don't allow somebody's perception about you determine how you perform your activities. You determine it for yourself. So now this is a chance of intelligence. After knowing your emotions, you now know how to manage your emotions. You now recognize and know other people's emotions. Then you will now manage other people's emotions. Because if you know your emotions and you know other people's emotions and you're in a mediation session, you'll be able to manage their emotions. If you shout, there's a way you can calm the person down because you know where it's headed to. And then when you do that and you are finding deadlock, you will now know what to do to motivate yourself. You will decide and say, well, let's go for a moment. And then, like, for those of you that were here, the very first day, direction to introduction to ATM, change the topic. Forget about the main problem. Bring another topic along the way. Motivate yourself. And once you do that, that's emotional intelligence domain. And then the second component is self-control. When you know yourself, you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, then you learn to control yourself. So self-control is one aspect of emotional intelligence. Most people do not have self-control, especially those that lose their self. They blow thoughts without thinking, they struggle with patience, and those that micromanage as leaders. So these people usually struggle to keep their jobs. And we are talking about building a retirement career from this doing that way. We are not talking about going to apply for a job and you get a job. No, we're talking about when you're done with the government job, you already have an employment on ground. That's when you go back, you have a very cozy office, you open at your own time, you close at your own time, and then you determine who to see, who not to see. Then you are no longer going to be struggling with any other person because you have self-control. Because we all struggle with self-control and it is a human challenge, there are strategies that you must employ. Control yourself. One, when you are in a room and there is outbursts of anger, what you do is just excuse yourself. Just say, can I have 5 minutes? I'll be back. What do? Just go to the washroom. That's why I'm sure most of you have been traveling, and you know international airports, there are mirrors all over. What do you think the mirrors are doing? Yes, you can tell me, why do you think there are mirrors in international airports, hotels? What should be specific? Why? Or you think it's just decoration? You know yes, why do you think we have mirrors everywhere? Especially in the washroom. Yes, the women like it. Remember, we talked about self-reflection. When you are aware of yourself, you now do a self-reflection. So when you enter the washroom, you will look at yourself. You are not smart. Have you ever seen somebody in front of the mirror and you've never seen? You have seen. What do you think he's doing? He's doing a self-assessment, self-reflection, self-reassurance, getting back his confidence. You know the way ladies they do like this, do like this. They will even snap and post it on Facebook, right? Yes, building up their self-confidence. So when you are in a situation like this, when you get to the washroom, you either wash your face and change your makeup, or you just refresh yourself, looking at yourself in the mirror, speak to yourself, and then walk. You are refreshed. And the moment you come back, you will have gathered your thoughts together. So don't allow anybody to put you on pressure. If you're unable to have a watch to prepare your number the 6 minutes, just take a breath in and out. As you're taking in the breath in and out, just count 1 to 5. Just breathe in. You're not leaving the environment yourself. Just breathe in and then you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It counts your nerves and gives you more energy. Because when you bring in oxygen, it gives you more energy. So number 3, if you're able to do all of this, the way you're feeling, just have a journal by yourself and write it down. Not a diary. Have you ever seen somebody there say, yesterday, Mr. Brown insulted me? That's what I'm talking about. Day before yesterday, when we went for lunch break, my boss didn't buy me lunch. He only bought for the ladies that went out. That one is a taxi person that you're writing down. So what you do is, I just don't feel good with myself. I feel like I do this and that. Just jot down your feeling. Just jot down how you're feeling. Because it is you. Tell yourself the truth on paper. And when you jot it down, read it yourself. And after some few times, you come and read and you will laugh over it. It's a way of calming you down and to get yourself under control. The next thing you can do is just want the trusted friend and just say, oh boy, I just want to let you do that. It's very good with women, that's why they live longer. Men don't do that, they see that as a sense of weakness. Actually, it's it's a pointer of strength. And you're able to have somebody you trust. That is, you know how to manage relationship. You should have somebody that you can confide in, that is looking at you. You already know what's in your mind. And when you're saying it, you say, I perceive it. And then you give you a tap, let me hug you. And then when you see men, they will have friends, but they will have a problem that is eating them and they can't share with the friend. And then when women do their own, I don't like the way you're taking our mother outside. Please, men, let me take your mother and it's a little bit small. Take it outside. It only helps you. Because if you only keep it to yourself, your unfortunate thing is that,
Like I said, I think
I had a class and I said, why do you think men die before their time? Not that they die prematurely, they die before their time. Because they are not managing their emotions very well. You know, women, if anything happens, they will just go to the neighbor, we go to the neighbor and just cry. After crying, she's back. But for a man, he will just go to law. Hi, he will go to a beer bar and drink to stupor. So what have you done? Or higher, he will drive out. A lot of men have lost their lives as a result of anger, driving out of the house furiously because their spouses annoy them and they met their deaths, accidents. So you must, this kind of things, as the person who wants to go by life, you must learn how to control yourself. And these are the kind of tips that you use to calm down yourself in the midst of life. So let's talk to a friend. Let's tell a friend how you're feeling. It doesn't kill anybody. I know men don't like it at all, but when you look at it, those that, especially, like I told you, the types of people are the kind of men that actually die early because they bottle up so many things in their hearts. So if you find out that you're a type person, you have to unlearn that and learn how to relate and learn how to socialize and talk to a friend. In fact, there's a principle I have that if I tell you my problem, I will give you solution to that problem. And then you go and tell other people my problem, that it has now become your problem. It's no longer my problem. Because I have gotten results, I've got a solution. But when you're not telling somebody outside and maybe you're laughing about me or you're castigating me, you are actually telling the person that I am not a trusted person. So if you equally tell me your problem, I'm supposed to take it outside. You understand the scenario? So don't care, don't bother. After all, what are you even hiding under this? There's nothing new. Nothing. There is nothing new. So a problem shared is a problem half solution. So learn to talk to a trusted friend, especially men. Women, we don't need to talk, we don't need to talk about that too much because we know ourselves. So do not take any action until your brain is fully back online. You know where your brain is offline. You know where your brain is offline. We all know internet now. Sometimes you're online, sometimes you're offline. So if your brain is not online, please don't do anything, don't take any decision. Then train yourself to wait. It's difficult to wait, but train yourself to wait. Now the next component is awareness of others. What does that mean? The knowledge of your environment and the people you relate with is known as awareness of others. So being a team can strengthen and enhance your sense of safety and security. The only way we can have awareness of others is to work in teams. Are you a team worker or you are alone? Must learn to be a team worker. And this involves storming, narrowing, evolving, adjourning. What happens in the first two stages determine whether the team is moving towards healthy interaction or evolving with dysfunctional behavior that may cripple the team. So once you know that for a team to perform optimally, the following must be present: physical and psychological safety, sense of purpose, trust, and collaboration and innovation. Be able to get to this, you'll get to it's your benefit because it will not do what will make me angry and it will affect me. You only do the things that are bring team spirit and we work together in your place of work. And then as the mediator, if you know that this party is a type A person and you know how he behaves, then you will be able to build your relationship with him. What are the strategies for developing emotional intelligence? Identify the areas that need your attention, check and evaluate your competencies, propose a plan to enhance personal relationship, then partner with our emotional intelligent leaders, and then focus on the thing. Focus on one thing at a time. Simply means that you must be strategic in dealing with people. Demonstrate your success stories or statistical data and story. And then finally, emotional intelligence leadership is all about emotional intelligence. And as a leader, because some of you are mix of course, you'll be able to know the difference between the personality of your clerk, the registrar, and then some of you are administrators, you are a registrar, you'll be able to know the personality of the judge you're working with, and then the beliefs and every other person around. So it brings out your own leadership style and how to relate with every other person. In order for you to enjoy your work and then have a good working relationship. So thank you for listening. So can we take questions? CEO, where is it? Can we take questions? Before we go on break. Yes, online participants, you can write your questions in the chat box or read it out. Yes, any question? No question. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My question regards on emotional intelligence.
Yes.
Sometimes when you are expressing or when there are people that actually hide their personality, intentionally hide their personality, because they feel that when they reveal their personality, there's a tendency of manipulation or being manipulated. So how do we tackle manipulating people? When you know that somebody is trying to manipulate you because you have revealed your personality.
Okay. Can anybody help me answer the question? Then I add on it. How do you help? How do you yes.
I don't think that it's possible for one to go wrong to hide
Personality.
a personality.
Okay.
No, it's not how to try. There must be seems here that make the see this person is not going
Okay.
those tips you need to have there. That was one or two. You harmonize it. If you actually do the real personality.
Okay, any other question? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I really want to add, sometimes one may not discover that somebody is manipulating after that's part of the program. And that harm will not be the record.
Okay. Right, sir. Yes.
Avoid such behaviors.
Yes, sir.
Real money.
Okay. Yes, any other person? Sir, you want to add to it? Yes, give me the microphone. Yes, sir. No. Okay. All right. Just like you said, no matter how you write, something will figure it. No matter how the person identifies or understands, something will figure it out. Something will happen that because it's an in thing. and you respond to outside stimulus, you must make it move. Now, talking about how do you avoid being manipulated, right? That's the main question. That's why you must be emotionally intelligent to know this person's personality. And when you know the person's personality, you know your own self-awareness. We are talking about self-awareness in emotional intelligence. You know yourself, and then you also know others, awareness of others, about the awareness of others. Now, the moment you know that this person is a manipulative person, who is likely going to be a type A person, what you do, you just flow with the trend and come up with the right decision when you want to deal with the person. Because you know. So the most important thing is to know who the person is. So no matter how, because to him or her, he thinks he's just being smart. That's all. But you that know that it's not a manipulative tendency, you won't go with the current. You know your boundaries. Remember in self-awareness, we talk about knowing yourself. You remember we talked about something like that? Knowing yourself very well. And I didn't talk about setting boundaries. When you know yourself, you know your values, then you will set boundaries for yourself. There are some things that no matter what happens, whether heaven is falling, if you know your values, if you know your boundaries, like I told you that there are some things that you're supposed to do, and by your values you don't do it. For somebody knowing that there's somebody that you're so ashamed of meeting, there's nothing you can do to say no. Set your boundaries. And once you set your boundaries, like I told you, what you need to do with due respect. With due respect. I can't close this one. I want people know that you know your value, and they know that you have boundaries. They will know you, before they will say, if it's this or not, waste your time. They will know you. So it's very important for you to know yourself, know your value, set your boundaries. And when you're being manipulated, you should be able to know the personality of the person emotionally by being self-aware, aware of the person, and then you'll be able to respond appropriately. Remember that everything we're talking about is for your own self, first and foremost, for your own self-satisfaction. Like I keep telling people, like, especially husband and wife, and say, man and Christian, how many of you are Christian wives? Let me see your hand open. You're a woman and you're married and you're a Christian, let me see your hand open. One of you is married woman, one woman directly. No, but I say women. Okay, so whether you are a Christian woman or not, so long as you are a married woman, I always tell women that anything your husband is doing, so long as it is not a sin, not around them, living with them for your own. Don't go complaining. You want to give yourself, I don't know when that very counts in the ways. When you should not come today, we take it all. Yes. Yes. So, the whole essence of teaching emotional intelligence is for you to be aware of yourself, know your emotions, manage your emotions for your own self-satisfaction, for your own benefit first. Before you, because you can't give what you don't have. For the benefit of others, but be the first beneficiary of emotional intelligence. Have I answered your question? All right. Any other question? Yes, sir.
I read something.
Yes, sir.
What you are giving me, and I'm just asking this question, and with what you said. There's a program is.
Yes, sorry, I'm afraid I'm not making that statement.
That if you need something for what one of the same.
Sorry.
One is if you keep doing something, but you change the one is and you discover that the brain automatically adjusts. And I did in the barracks. And see that whether you're comfortable to exercise in the morning or not. When the time comes, you blow the whistle. Everybody will come out and they are thinking that automatically. You can't come and tell the man that Though I prefer exercise by holding protein. It will eat. And in your fasting for 30 days, yes, after 10, 15, 20 days, you discover that your system will automatically adjust and will feel the intensity of the hunger as when you start it. Yeah. So I begin to feel like there's a pattern for that I can't. Try to adjust, maybe reading in the night, or reading in the afternoon, or in the afternoon, in the morning, all those things. It's something that we can also work, also train our brains, yes, to be able to adjust that. Oh, sure. That's why we're looking about learning to be learning. You can learn, and then you can learn and put on something. But the thing I want to understand is that when you do yourself, you know the way your brain works. There are some, let's say the person that is brain wakes up by 5 a.m. Before they go to this, he won't struggle. Is he going to struggle to wake up? It's actually waiting for the person. But the one that the brain wakes up by 9 o'clock, when you pick the up, you have to swallow that to bring him out of the room. So once it is your brain that is working in this direction, but if you're learning it, you keep learning it. I keep learning and then you master it. So the most important thing to know is that anything you're doing that is a struggle, you have to learn and then you know. That does not mean that if your brain is sleeping 15 hours, you should be sleeping. Then what are you doing? Yes, any other question? All right, I think at this point, so thank you. And see you.
Thank you. Well, she is supposed to be the one to appreciate the speakers, but now I don't know what to do, since she's the one that. So we want to thank you for sitting and listening to her. She's a very interesting person to listen to. As I told you, she's a faculty member of different ADR institutions. So when Settlement House begins to introduce its arbitration certification training, maybe from next year, we should have some of you come to train and be balanced. When you have negotiation case trainings, please attend. I've done emotional intelligence training. I've done negotiation training from different institutes, ICMC. You know, anywhere, if you're an ADR person, anywhere you see ADR, you will go for it because you are going to keep adding and adding and adding. The number of certificates I have in ADR, they are countless because you will not know when you will need it. But as you keep practicing it, you know that you have learned a skill one way or the other from some of the trainings. So when I discovered that emotional intelligence is important for me, and ICMC was doing a training on emotional intelligence, I attended, I paid for it, I got the certificate. And when they were doing training on negotiation, I also attended, did the training. It's not sufficient for you to get trained here and get certified as a mediator, and then you feel, no, I'm okay, I'm already certified. I have trained with the US Mediation Training Academy, United States. I've trained with ACOS International, India. I've trained with Mediation Training Institute. That's they call them it's a global training institute as a mediator. I've trained with them. It's based in Germany, but they do on their courses and accreditation and payment is online. I've done all of these things. Why? Because you need to be thoroughly equipped. Like Settlement House that has to bring out some other courses, plenty, here and there that we feel you need, and we put them together. You cannot have all these things in one particular training, all that you need. We have just tried our best to bring in some of these things like emotional intelligence, how to start up your mediation practice, how to chat, all of those things we brought them. But you have to go and do them in different, when you want to learn practicals, you know, you can go for practical sessions. I know NICAP, after our training, we want to see how they do this in practically. We have to pay to attend the practical session. That's a mediation role play. Are we together? So these are things that you need to do to actually encourage and strengthen your skills that you have learned already. So, you know, okay. So, you know, you need to be determined. Are we together? This is Settlement House website. So if you go to our training, you'll see the faculties. We have faculty members ranging from different parts of the world, right? So these are, so when you go to About Us, you see members of the membership group. These are our patrons, matrons, and if you look at so today, we also have the privilege of having our very own director of the multi-door courthouse to take another important aspect of this training. I've introduced her before. Partially, if you want to become part of our, these are the governing body members, and we are privileged to have our very own Douglas Levy as one of our governing body member, and she is a lawyer and upper customary judge with the Kaduna State Judiciary, but now the director of the Kaduna State Multi-Door Courthouse. She is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She's also a faculty member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She is an MTI, that's Mediation Training Institute, Nigeria trained mediator, and she is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. So you can see that she is not only in one ADR institution. She has done MTI, she has done ICMC, she's in NICAP, and all of those things. So these are the things that we keep saying that you need to do. She is a member of the Child Justice Coordination Committee of the Kaduna State. Yes, she is a member of the Child Justice Coordination Committee of Kaduna State and a member of FIDA, Nigerian Federation of Female Lawyers, right? Yes, with a profound interest in communal and family mediation. So that's an area of specialization. We encourage you to be part and parcel of that, to try to develop your own expertise, okay, so that you will be recognized as one of the maybe a family mediator or an expert in a particular field. So today, if you check your timetable, your topic, you see that we are going to be considering ethics. You know, there was a question that I think you asked. What if a mediator doesn't do this or he doesn't do that and all of those things? And we said that you need to develop your own we said that we need to develop your own expertise so that you'll be recognized as someone who can do this or do that. So please join me as we welcome our very own director to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here once again. But I want to believe we've been sitting for a while. Can we just stretch a bit? Just stretch a bit. It's part of mediation. Just stretch a bit. If you're tired of stretching, you can sit down. Thank you very much.
I want to open up this. This is the aspect of principle that comes start but this is very stuff. Let me share it for people who are
okay. While we're getting prepared to start, I can see a few faces. And then I was asking him why our other colleagues from the Sharia court are not there. He said they were here the other days. It's just today.
They come from Zaria.
They come from Zaria, and today is Friday. Probably that is why. But we are hoping they will join us online. Okay?
Yeah,
they're online. So I'm taking principles and code of conduct for mediators. That is our next topic. But before I go into that, I could hear Nanchan talking about belonging to the profile of the faculty. And it's beautiful to actually belong to a faculty. NICAP has a faculty, ICMC has a faculty, Shati has a faculty, and many others. Roskana just gave me a journal, and we wrote an article, I and her in it, and they have published that article, and it's making me feel very happy with myself this afternoon. So I think it's something that we can work on. Now, principles and code of conduct for mediators. Every profession, most professions, let me not say every profession, because if I say every profession, maybe the mechanics will say they don't have a written code of conduct. Okay, but almost every profession has a code of conduct. It has a code that regulates their behavior. It has a code that guides the way that profession should take place. Likewise, in mediation, there is a code of conduct for mediators. Arbitrators also have their own professional code of conduct and ethics. I don't know if somewhere along the line you were told that there's a new law that governs mediation and arbitration. That's the AMA, Arbitration and Mediation Act 2023. Kaduna State, the CJ just set up a committee to change our mediation rules 2015 to be in tandem with the new AMA, so that will not be left behind. So the code of conduct is also contained in the AMA. Now they have married the two, arbitration and mediation. The first thing we're going to talk about is impartiality. As a mediator, you must be impartial. That's what we have there, right? Impartiality. You must conduct the mediation process without partiality. We all know what being impartial means, not taking sides. You can't take sides. You can't say, this thing has happened to me before, so I know how it will end. You can't say, people from Bajuland, I know the way they behave themselves. They have issues. So this is how it will end. You have to be impartial. One of the mediators in the center told me that, okay, in the course of mediation, I went in and she was saying, no, I know you. You've been rude from inception. And I'm not even sure we'll arrive at an agreement in this mediation process. So I stopped her and I asked for a break and I asked her what the problem was. She said from the first day the lady came in, she came with an attitude. So she was responding to the lady's attitude. As a mediator, you cannot respond to anybody's attitude. That person's attitude is not your attitude. It's not your business. If you find that you cannot go on, please step down. Let somebody else do it. So you have to be impartial. There's also the issue of conflict of interest. You must disclose to all the parties. Anywhere you feel there's going to be conflict of interest. Before the mediation process, during the mediation process, and even after the mediation process. What do I mean by that? It's possible you know one of the parties before the mediation process. It's possible in the course of the mediation process, you receive calls from people that know the parties and you feel your interests can conflict. So you disclose. I received a call from so person and I'm not comfortable going on with this mediation process. Please, I will step down and step out and you get another mediator. What do I mean by conflict of interest after the mediation process? Conflict of interest after the mediation process, when one of the parties offers you a contract, maybe he feels you're a very good scribe, or he feels you're a very good orator, or he feels he wants to give you something, you have to disclose it to the parties. That is conflict of interest. You must be careful to avoid conflict of interest. Unless the parties consent. Remember I told you a story on Tuesday that I was here. I told you that when the parties, I was assigned by the CJ to mediate over a matter before I was posted to the multi-door courthouse. And when the parties came in, I realized that I knew one of the parties when I was a kid. I grew up in the same church with him. He couldn't remember me, but I could remember him. And I had to disclose that. It was a family thing. It was him and his brother. So I said, no, I know one of you. I've known one of you since I was a kid. And then, of course, after that, I hadn't seen them for a lot of years. So the party said, no, I should go ahead and mediate over the matter. They had consented and they had agreed, and that was how we did. So that's how we went ahead with the mediation process. So you disclose. Once you see that you know any of the parties, please ensure that you disclose. And any conflict of interest that might arise along the way. The next one is confidentiality. In mediation, the first thing we do is to ask the parties to sign the confidentiality form. That whatever is discussed in that mediation process remains in that mediation process. That confidentiality means any information that is disclosed to you by any of the parties remains confidential, particularly where they insist or agree or say that, no, we don't want this thing said outside. I also remind the parties in the course of caucusing that, okay, this is caucusing. You know, if the other party needs to hear what is happening, there won't be need for caucusing. Yes. But since it is caucusing, the other party does not need to know what is going on. So you tell the parties that, okay, if you want me, whatever you want me to disclose to the other side, please let me know. At the end of caucusing, you ask them, okay, what is it that I'm now permitted to disclose to the other side? What am I not permitted to disclose to the other side? That is confidentiality. Of course, this confidentiality extends to the point that after mediation, if parties settle, the only thing for court-referred mediation, for instance, if parties settle, the only thing that goes back to the court, or should go back to the court, it is a settlement agreement, not the records of the mediator. If parties fail to settle, we send back a form of inability to resolve dispute. So it is only the form and the file that goes back to the court. We don't send the records of what transpired in the course of mediation. And of course, by the AMA and even the Arbitration and Former Arbitration and Conciliation Act and the AMA, nobody can sue you as a mediator for everything that transpired during a mediation process. Okay, and self-determination. We had said that from day one. We said mediation is voluntary. We said mediation is party-driven. We said mediation is all about the parties. They arrive at the settlement by themselves. Your duty as a mediator is to guide them towards settlement. Yes, as a conciliator, you may suggest some things to the parties, but you don't do it in such a way that it is take it or leave it. That is my suggestion to you. If you don't take it, this matter will not be solved and you go back to the court. So it is about the parties. You're not also permitted to tell them that as a judge, I was a judge and I tried this kind of custody cases in my court, or I tried this, I do this custody cases. If they come back to me in court, I will give this judgment against you. So you better abide by what I'm telling you. No, it doesn't work like that. You guide the parties towards settlement. I told you the last time I was here that in the course of caucusing, you can say, okay, but have you thought of probably coming from this perspective? Okay, you've not thought of it. Why don't you think about it? You see, you're not imposing your will on the parties. It's about them, self-determination. The next one is quality of the process. Quality of the process. The mediator, I would like to read that part. A mediator shall conduct the mediation fairly, diligently, and in a manner consistent with the principles of self-determination by the parties. It says fairly, isn't it? Diligently. Okay. Fairly, as in you have to be fair to both sides. in the course of mediation, if you are giving party A 1 hour to speak, you give party B 1 hour to speak. If you are giving party A 3 phone calls to make, space to make 3 phone calls, you give party B phone calls to make. I go as far as insisting that where party A is not in the same room with I and party B and it's not caucusing, I step out of the room because anything can happen. So you cannot afford to allow party A to go for break and then you continue gisting with party B. You cannot now say, okay, party A is back. Let's keep quiet. Let's not disclose what we were talking about. If you must be in the same room, then you must disclose it. You can say something as, okay, when you were out, we were talking about the weather. Or when you were out, we were talking about Nigerian economy, if that's what you were talking about. And we all feel this country needs prayers. Okay, please have your seat. Let's go on. Now you have disclosed what it was you were discussing with the other party. So diligently, you cannot adjourn in the multi-door courthouse by the law, by the practice direction. We settle mediation disputes in 3 sessions. If there's need for the 4th and the 5th session, then the parties will pay for that. I think it's about 2,000 naira per session. So you cannot now say as a mediator, you're going to have 7 sessions, you're going to have 8 sessions, and then you keep on adjourning and adjourning and adjourning. You're not being diligent. You have to mediate diligently. By the practice direction, if after 3 months a matter has not been resolved, we are supposed to send back the file with the report of inability to resolve back to the court. Now, if you adjourn in January, your next adjournment is in February. The next one is in June. Another one is in September. You're not being diligent. So you must conduct your mediation diligently. Likewise, arbitration. In arbitration, there's a time frame within which arbitrators work and are able to solve, right and award. So usually it involves sitting almost every other day so that you can come up with an award. The AMA gave room for emails, for WhatsApp, for social, for using what is it now? E-things, yes, for you to conduct mediation. Telegram, Telex, you can use those methods provided they are confidential. It's not the one that as you're doing it, the whole world watching what you are doing. So the quality of the process and in a manner consistent with principles of self-determination by the parties. A pastor did a mediation yesterday. I saw the file. They said they couldn't settle. They are what we call external mediators. We have mediators in the center. We have people that are trained that we can now call you, like you, now that you're trained, we can call you in, assign cases to you to mediate. Now, there was a matter that came up. These children lost their dad some time back, and he was buried inside the house. Now, in a room inside the house. Now they lost their mom, and they wanted to bury her inside the same room. Then their people said, no, under our custom, she's less than 90, number one. Number two, we don't bury women inside the room. And the village has agreed that people will be buried in a burial ground, but that the village has chosen. Now there was a problem. Some of the children insisted that no, my mom must be buried near her husband because that's what she said she wanted. And then the other children said, no, we must abide, the first son, and the other children said, no, we must abide by the customs of our people. There was a conflict. And they kept the corpse and went to court. The court referred the matter to the mediation center for settlement. And they came, including the head of their village and everybody, and they said, no, we will not allow for her to be buried inside the room. they can bury her even inside the compound. We can make that concession. But the other children insisted that no, they have to take her, she has to be buried inside the room. As I speak to you, the corpse is lying down in the house. They are putting ice on the corpse. That is how far things can go. Because of the conflict. Now, because the mediation center could not sort it out, we had to refer the file back to the court. I don't know what the court is going to do about it. I don't know what the court is going to do about that. But we are talking about principles of self-determination by the parties. We cannot give an order. We cannot ask them to go and bury her. We cannot insist that they must do this and they must do this and they must do that. And a mediator pastor told me that the parties had agreed that the sum of 2 million naira would be paid. Okay, so where's the mediation agreement? He said, no, he didn't write any mediation agreement. He told them to bring part payment on the next adjourned date so that they can start paying before he now writes the agreement. On the next adjourned date, they came back and they said, no, they couldn't raise the money and they are no longer interested in the mediation. I don't know if you realize the mistakes he made in that. Can you tell me what you think the mistake he made was? No commitment, no agreement. Now, the easiest thing will have been to, okay, you have agreed that you pay the money also, so put it in writing. If they come on that date and they don't have the money, the duty of the multi-door courthouse is not to collect money from parties. If they come on that day and they don't have the money, what are you supposed to do? Send the agreement and the file to the court for what?
Adoption and
enforcement. So we have to be careful. Little mistakes like that, you find out that the parties will renege on their agreements. Competence. A mediator must be competent. You must have the necessary qualification, particularly subject matter competence. If you don't have an idea of what the subject matter is, and you feel you cannot go out of your way to study and find out what it is, please decline. Step down and allow the person that knows what it is all about to do it. If a matter is brought, for instance, I wish our Sharia court judges were here. If a matter is brought, for instance, about sharing of estate under Islamic law, that simply means it's only the people that are versed in that can do that matter. You that you're not versed in that will not be able to do that. You cannot say, okay, let us try. And you keep on trying and you have to thank again. Yes, please. Thank you. And you have no idea, excuse me, of what to do afterwards. So you must be competent. You cannot, normally, in mediation, you introduce yourself, ask the parties to introduce themselves, ask them how they wish to be addressed. If I say my name is Dr. Levi Daniel, if I say my name is Hawashi Dr. Levi Daniel, I'm a party in a mediation. Then you, the mediator, is introducing yourself as Samaila Isa. Then you should ask me how I wish to be addressed. As your worship, as Dorcas, as Levi, as Daniel. Don't make presumptions. You don't make presumptions. So you must have the competence. Okay, he has gotten an answer to his question. Okay, so you don't make presumptions. And then you tell the parties your qualifications. That builds confidence in the parties that you actually know what you're doing. If I say my name is Dr. Levi Daniel, I am a chartered mediator. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Mediators. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Arbitrators. I'm a fellow of MTI trained Nigerian mediators. I have training in counseling, trauma, healing, and so on and so on. They will feel, okay, maybe you'll be able to help them to solve their problem. But if you come and say, my name is, what's happening? If you come and say, my name is Frida Audu, and I started training with Shati'S, but you know, that day, I couldn't continue. I was so tired. So I went back home. I asked them to give me a certificate. They said that I have to pay induction fee. Now I don't have the money to pay, but I can mediate your matter. Have you instilled confidence in the parties? If it's me, I will say thank you very much for your effort. But when you get the certificate, I will come back. I will come back. So that's you have to know the subject matter. If you don't know the subject matter, decline or tell the parties, I'm not sure about this. Please give me time to study, or give me time to get a mediator that knows what it is all about. If it is about custom and you have no idea what custom is, tell them, please, I'm sorry, I may not be able to do this. We will get a mediator that is conversant in custom that will handle your matter. Okay, fees. Competence fees. If you are charging fees, that is an interesting part, isn't it? If you're charging fees, the fees must be reasonable. I know when we do trainings on mediation and arbitration, we give the impression that, in fact, when you leave this place, you're going to make so much money being an arbitrator, particularly arbitration or being a mediator. In mediation, I can assure you that most of the mediation we do is just so that parties' relationships can be restored. It's just so that there should be peace. It's not about the money most of the time. Okay? So when you are even charging, you must disclose what the fees are for. Okay, this is for compensation. This is for this, for this. If you ask the parties to, okay, now you're going to pay 300,000, and the man is wondering, the 300,000, is that your fees? And in your mind, it is for compensation for an injury suffered. Remember, I told you that for compoundable offenses, we can mediate. We have done mediations of cases where parties had suffered injuries. But when it is time to pay money, you must ensure that the person knows what the money is meant for. Because if you're not careful, my friend told me that she was a little bit careless when she was mediating a matter 2 weeks ago in the multi-door courthouse. I had assigned a matter to her and she was mediating it. And then she now told, the woman was asking for 100,000 for injury caused to her. Then the parties now agreed, and she now said, okay, you pay 100,000 to her. Then the woman said, okay, I also want 20,000 for all the expenses I incurred in the course of this matter. And she said, okay, so you're going to pay her 120,000. And the woman felt, no, the 20,000 was for the mediator, that the mediator had asked her for 20,000 because what they agreed on was 100,000. Therefore, you must be clear, isn't it? I don't know if you were told, did you do terms of agreement? Yes. And you were told that they must be clear, unambiguous, and straight to the point. So likewise, when you are giving fees, you must indicate what the money is meant for. Now you have an obligation to the mediation process itself to make sure that the practice of mediation is done seamlessly. That's the choice of words is now mine. That the practice of mediation is made seamlessly. You owe yourself and the mediation process a duty to tell others about mediation. I stand here to tell you that honestly, mediation is a beautiful thing. When parties settle, it is wonderful. There was this mediation that we finished doing, we did, and it was a couple. It sounded very simple. Dissolution of marriage, custody, and access, and maintenance. That sounded simple. But I tell you, in the course of mediation, so many other things came up. You know, the first day I told you that a conflict is like a tree. Underneath are the roots, and the roots are what is holding the tree to the ground. Then so many things came up. So many things came up. Eventually, we managed, because someone, honestly, it was managed. We managed to settle the parties, and they agreed to actually go their separate ways. They also agreed that custody of the children remains with the wife, but the children spend holidays with their father, and that both parties can actually access the children at weekends, depending on where they are staying at the moment. And then they agreed to pay for maintenance. Then they agreed to share the school fees, to share payment of the school fees. And they were very happy with that. They entered the agreement and they left. I now got a call from a number I didn't know, and it was the pastor of their church that was inviting me to come to their church and educate the people about this method, whatever the method was that we used to settle these people, because they were tired. There was nothing they didn't do. This conflict had lasted for 2 years. So they wanted us to come and tell the people, how did you do this thing? How did you sort out this matter? So I cannot say no because of this obligation to the mediation process, to educate people on the public on mediation and to make it accessible to them. So as you go out of this training, know that my Lord Justice Makeri owns a mediation center. And what he calls people that he trains as mediators is he calls them ADR ambassadors. Know that you are an ADR ambassador. As you step out of this place, you are an ADR ambassador. You owe it to yourself and to people to tell them about this mediation process, the advantages of mediation, how it restores relationships, how it is accessible. You owe it to them. For our judges seated here, you owe it to yourself as an ADR ambassador to refer cases that you feel can be settled amicably to the multi-door courthouse. You cannot now have 2,000 cases on your docket, and out of those 2,000 cases, you don't feel any can be settled by mediation. I wish we had time for you to tell me the beauty of mediation that you had learned in the course of this training. But I tell you, it makes it a lot easier. As at Wednesday, my Lord, the Honorable CJ, asked me to suggest people that will work in the process office so that when matters are filed in the process office, they will now go through the matters and send those that are due for mediation to the ADR center so that those matters can be mediated. If it doesn't, mediation, arbitration, if it doesn't work, you've got nothing to lose really. In the space of 3 months, remember I told you, we're sending your file back for litigation. I think that is a beautiful process. I think that is quite commendable. Then advertising and solicitation. Okay. A mediator shall be truthful in advertising and soliciting for mediation so as to instill confidence in the process. Advertising. Does it mean as you go out now, you will go to Liberty Radio and pay and say, my name is Samira Saleh. I am here to advertise myself as a mediator? Does it mean you're going to make banners and place them on or flyers on the streets? Come to Samaila and Co. Mediators and Co. Come to Doctors Levy Mediators and Co. No. Does it mean you will go around everywhere and be shouting, do you know who I am? I'm a mediator. Does it mean you carry your certificate, photocopy, and paste it around in strategic places so that people will see? Or Facebook, okay, you now put it on Facebook, on Instagram, on Telegram, everywhere. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about doing this thing with decency. We're all decent people. When issues come up and you feel, okay, have you thought of mediation? I can help you mediate this matter. You can also print, what is this, complimentary cards. Yes. When you give out your complimentary cards, do you still go ahead and start explaining the content of your complimentary cards? Your complimentary cards speak for you. That's a decent way of doing things. You also have your WhatsApp groups, isn't it? I don't know. Shati should open a WhatsApp group for every group of training. For every, like this group of trainings, you open a WhatsApp group. Now, if you have issues, you refer to your friends. I probably stay in Kaduna. My friend probably stays in Zaria. Another person stays in Lagos. I can quickly say there's a matter that is coming up in Lagos. Please, can you help handle this matter? That is what we are talking about. We're not talking about Sulhu and Co. everywhere you turn, Sulhu and Co, Sulhu and Co. Gidan sulhu, gidan sulhu, gidan sulhu. A friend of mine said, yanzu da kuka gama min training ba, zan manna gidan sulhu ko ina kawai. That is the name of that is the name of my company, gidan sulhu. So that in an gani a zo zaure na zan musu sulhu. That is not what we are talking about. We must instill confidence. People must have confidence in the process. The way you behave. You've done personality types. Yes. The way you behave, the way you conduct yourself will make people know whether that process is a beautiful one, whether they should have confidence in it or not. We've had cases and situations where in the course of mediation, parties almost came to blows. The mediator ran out and said, if they like, let them kill themselves. It's not how it is. The way you conduct yourself instills confidence in the process. Before that, I want to talk about law, the legal side of this mediation. Like I said, most mediation is not about lawyers. If you don't know that today, that it's not about lawyers. It's not only lawyers that are trained mediators. I dare to say anybody can train as a mediator. You know, my opening statement when I was here on Tuesday, that was Tuesday, right? Was that this mediation is our concept. Our parents started it. We all grew up seeing them mediate. I know several times that people had come to my father and he would sit outside under a shade trying to settle. No, none of you can say you haven't heard your father or mother say, why not so far to achieve. What they were doing is mediation. The chiefs, Justice Makeri and myself, trainings in 12 local governments of Kaduna South for mediators, for traditional rulers. The training was for traditional rulers to have an idea of what ADI and mediation is all about. It's not new to them. They've been doing it, but now mediation is being made, it's having methods, it's having types, it's having ways. It's just been cleaned up, isn't it? And we are bringing it back anew. It is not in your place during mediation to say, Justice Wane kaza, kaza, kaza. As a judge, the law says, your co-mediator might not be a lawyer. The new AMA says it's one mediator. But prior to now, there were two mediators, there were three mediators that could mediate over the same matter. It's not in your place to say, now that you have finished telling me your side of the story, I want to advise you legally. Legally, you see, it doesn't work like that. Conclusion. Effectiveness of bridging gaps between disputing parties, cost of litigation, cost of legal action, what of the time that the cases stay in the docket, in the court docket for years. When I was posted to television, I inherited a 2010 case, 2010 case, was still pending then. As at the time I left, I assure you, 2017 cases were still in the report. Because of the so many cases that come to that. My favorite cases to do mediation are rent cases. They are very easy. Very easy. You're a tenant, is the landlord. He's claiming 50,000 as rent arrears and for you to vacate his house. Do you agree? What's happening? Do you agree you owe 50,000? Yes, I owe 50,000. So when are you leaving next year? How does that work? But that's what we see every day. Okay, so okay, I will leave his house. I will leave his house. Okay, how much time do you want to leave? 6 months. For how long have you been owing? Oh, you know, the country is hard. So like, my rent is due now for like, I owe for 5 months and you're asking for 6 months. But with the right method, you say, okay, how much time can you give him? The landlord says, I can only give him 2 weeks. 2 weeks convenient? No, I want 3 months. Okay. Can you make it more than 2 weeks? Yes. Okay. I'll give him 1 month finally. Okay, let him give me 2 months. What have we done? They have shifted. And the matter that will have taken you hearing his witnesses, hearing their witnesses, lawyers bringing motion and super motions, you will have finished it in one sitting. I urge us to please imbibe that the laws allow for mediation. The High Court laws, the customary court laws, the Sharia court laws, we have room for ADR. There's room for ADR. We should employ ADR in what we do. You must also prepare well for your mediation sessions. You can't conduct a mediation session in the marketplace. It will not work because of the noise, the environment, the atmosphere is not conducive. You must imbibe proper conduct. You cannot be mediating between parties and you're answering call and saying, okay, catch a sui and their mother thing. It does not work like that. And you must prepare your mind that you go with an empty mind. You don't go with mindset. You don't go with biases, so that you'll be able to help the parties to arrive at an amicable resolution of their disputes to get a win-win situation. Thank you very much for listening. I don't know if you have questions. The last time I was here, you forgot, refused, omitted to ask questions. So I don't know if you have questions today. Yes, please. No.
Sometimes you experience, you get 100% success. Sometimes you get at the end of the day, frustrated because you get to justice. At the end of the day, you get that response without actually being the right one, particularly in tenancy mountains. Particularly like that, I encourage you absolutely when you someone I asked her when she would pack and when she would be over to the bed at the end of the night. At the end of the night, she packed out at night and fled when she was nowhere to be found. At the end of the day, I felt bad when the hurricane said since the cost of the beauty, the place to do the just yes, she vacated the friend, but she didn't pay the barriers. Also, because of the vision of their experience and every challenge, the area of the motivation of the country. The environment is different, rules or judgments, and everything. So in every case that you see a possibility of settlement. At the end of the day, the High Court will not consider that fact, whether you are encouraging practice to settle. You could have, like my last quarter, I had, I think, concluded that it was about 20 something for the quarter, was I had to speak out. It took me a lot to get from the evidence and the rulings. So the High Court will rate you as not happening because you're basically not, you're not contentious. I think that is when you start to see let's go back to the and the thing that happens, like you said, you're jumping and that becomes an ambition of my ability. The entire impact is the judgment. So it's not about any other thing than the person. Okay, I agree to live out on the 15th of September. I agree, we have some of the 50,000. Facts are admitted. So you enter it as a person. Party signing for that, or the defendant having admitted liability. It is hereby ordered that the defendant pays to the plaintiff some of the secretary and pays to the people. That's a judgment. So she said, but there's a judgment. There's something to enforce. Yes, there's a judgment. Eventually, which is found somewhere, not about coming back to the court to start hearing it. That is the beauty of mediation. All the arguments you are getting in the mediation center, I don't know if it has been told that by the new angle, you take it to the court to be entered as a consent for purposes of the instruction. Mediators don't have, I said in the first place, mediators don't have enforcement power. It is the court that has enforcement power. And that's why we're not appointing ADR judges. I know in Ogun or we have, when we appoint high court judges, one of the conditions is for you to be ICMC accredited to be an administrator. For appointment. When after the appointment, post you as an AGR line name, you have a case for you serve as an AGR judge. Each time the Mochidon Court House enters this argument, enters this settlement argument, they are taken to the AGR judge for him to endorse. Once he endorses or she endorses, the next thing like is from the person for him to enter consent, depending on the rules. So I think each time parties are the key limited. Finality, the judgment because it's final, they're not coming back. But some of our laws call it a rule. When parties admit liability, the court makes whichever way we have the same effect, then we can enforce it anytime. Not only but anytime we do that, the next judge actually has to have to enforce. I'm right. Even another judge can actually enforce it. Then back to the annual return. If you have like something cases and contested cases were just for what I'm supposed to do, is it your fault that the contested cases are just for? But thank God for the new CP. The new CP say that will ensure that even cases that have been settled, when you want to do your you will be taken to I know the Sharia court, because in July or August, we did a trade, it's a NICA
Nigerian Institute of Chartered Administrators did a sensitization in the Sharia court judges. We grant all the Sharia court judges in the United States to Iowa and did a sensitization of the radio act. And we told them that for me, even cases that have been settled, they can't. All you need to do is to give evidence of such cases. And we told them that as far as it's concerned, any judge that does not require cases to be taken, it means it's doing more than he ought to do. And we told them that he's going to give a practice direction that involves sending cases to the ABN Center for settlement. Those cases don't, when you find it is there, when they are settled, we send them back to enter as a consent. It is with them. It is not our job. So what in essence we are getting that from. It's not in that. We are not affected that way. We are even uncontested. The same thing from this state and I don't know the NGOs, what they say. Something they are making a living. Just don't make the mistake. That's practice I need. Please enter it as a technique. It's easier. Any other observations?
I just want to. So, the last of the, sorry. On Tuesday, when you just gave us you spoke about food. You have not had a food before. Again, I've seen it. And then one of the principles of food is mediation. Now we talked about schools, any form of interest you might have before doing. Now, as a judge, if I had to read, sorry, a judge is deemed as this principle of a function. I cannot go back to anybody who's agreed goes back. Now, as a mediator, I want to believe that after the session and then a resolution has been reached by parties by virtue of the mediation as a mediator. I want to believe that that's as a mediator, your accomplice will be here. So what is it for me to disclose again after parties has agreed on whatever resolution they have agreed on? Any benefit that come after that, it doesn't affect the process because it happens after the whole. I mean, yes, please, more like that aspect.
For you, you have come from just official, you have finished at that point. There's still the issue of enforcement. So they can cite you for misconduct. That immediately after the session, you ask them for money. Or you collected contract from them. Or they saw you eating dinner with one of the parties. Or you were at the party's wedding and you were spraying money. Which means from up initial, your neutrality can be questioned.
Okay, sorry, the scenario you painted before, or rather, but the court and then you still give them. Assuming on the first session, now, first or second session, these parties agree. And I will give her maintenance, social money every month. We agree we're going to pay the school fees together.
Yes.
We agree on this. Assuming the parties all agree.
You put it in writing.
Give maybe if afterward the relationship is gone.
No, I even like the example you gave.
Yes.
Now you see our laws allow for variation in custody issues. That's why I like that example particularly. If something happens to one of the parties, they can still come back and say, okay, please, I want you to review, please, we need the mediator to revisit this agreement that we had entered. Now, the man is now president of Nigeria, so he's earning in dollars. So I want the mediator to revisit. I want an increment in the mediation, in the maintenance he was paying. The other one will say, okay, now the man is no longer there. He's no longer alive. And his brother is saying that he wants the children to be spending holidays with him. I want to have sole custody of my children. What would you do, having eaten the chicken? That's why we have to be very careful. It is not over until it is over. Because anything can actually happen. Now, on Sulhu, I wish our brothers were here, and I wish we could even hear them any contribution online. How do we get to hear contribution? Hello? Nobody's answering me. Hello? Our people online, can you hear? They're probably on break.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Sulhu simply means. Sorry? Okay, hello? Do you have any
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, you can hear?
We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Does anybody know anything about Sulhu? Can you share anything about Sulhu?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you hear her?
Can you hear me?
Tell us something about Sulhu. Somebody says I've been mentioning Sulhu.
Okay, Sulhu is trying to settle two parties amicably. When there is dispute between two persons. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you people hear me?
Is this how I stop?
It's like there's a problem with the network.
I can hear from her. Okay. Okay. Yes, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
As if we have been disconnected from the audio.
Okay.
We can't hear them. They are far away from us.
Recording in progress. And according to the state of Professor President, it has to issue small data and information. The matters or companies members of the society. The teaching of the Hazard grant also talks about small politicians and their little rewards. And then uptight people and invisible became parties.
Thank you very much. Sulhu simply means settlement, isn't it? To do sulhu is to settle amicably.
Yes, ma'am.
Amicable settlement.
Yes,
And
it's
like
an Arabic word.
Or broker settlement.
I'm sure she can quote so many passages that allow for sulhu.
Settle,
Now, in
yes.
the age, because of the peculiarity of Kaduna State, in the multi-door courthouse, we have many doors. I don't know if anybody spoke to you about multi-door courthouse, but in the multi-door courthouse, we have what we call multi-door. That's why it is called multi, as in many, isn't it? Many doors. Now we have the door of mediation. If parties come, there's what we call early neutral evaluation. Somebody will evaluate the dispute and find out which door to refer the dispute to. There's the mediation door, there's the arbitration door, there's the conciliation door, There's the sulhu door. There's no, that customary law is not, it's a customary law judge can actually do mediation. For mediation, it's not about customary law, so to speak. He can mediate a dispute that does not even, as a mediator, you're all trained here as mediators. Nobody has assigned custom to any specialty to your trade, isn't it? Yes, but it's a door because there are times that issues of custom come up, and you now need somebody that is versed in custom to handle such issues. Likewise, when issues of Islamic law come up, we assign them to the sulhu door because they will involve issues of Islamic law. But as a mediator, nobody has assigned any specialty to you. It's now left for you to make up your mind which one you want to be. As at the time I gave my profile, this profile was made, I hadn't dabbled into mediation in criminal matters. Now I think that is most interesting because mediation in criminal matters is actually very interesting. Can see. Then there's faith-based mediation. You can just make up your mind that you just want to be your specialty is faith, religion, either faith, and work towards that. So sulhu simply means settlement, and we have the sulhu door that is always open in the multi-door courthouse, even among our traditional rulers, even among our religious heads. If you remember our institutions, I spoke about ADR institutions, yes. So sulhu simply means amicable settlement. Hello, Hawa, are you still there? Okay, hello?
Yes, ma'am, still here.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. You wanted to say something?
I was trying to talk about slow and you've already explained it, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, but you can add something.
It's just the slow is a means of settlement when two people have a misunderstanding. When there are misunderstanding between two or more persons, you settle them, and it's an Arabic word. It's an Arabic word. Usually, slow is a win-win. It's usually a win-win procedure. It's just like alternative dispute resolution. But in the northern part of Nigeria, it's known as slow. That's it, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Yes,
now she has given a better understanding of it. She says it's usually a win-win situation. Thank you very much. Okay, any other question, contribution, suggestion? Okay.
It's an issue that has been persistent, and I hope that one day a solution will be got for it. And I think my colleague watching touched it a bit. I think on Wednesday I also talked about it a bit too. The challenge with ADR and litigation and the requirements by the court system. Like she said, there are requirements that are being expected, the expectations, number of cases, whether contested or uncontested. And even when it comes to some appointments, they ask for specific kind of things. So unless those other rules are changed, the people at the lower level will not be attracted to pursue that ADR path. And I think it's something that the system should make adjustment to capture these novel things that are coming.
I think so. I agree with you to an extent, but only to an extent. That we've been in this ADR thing for years, okay? But I also know that sending cases for mediation does not still stop me from returning the required number of cases. It doesn't. It shouldn't. It wouldn't. It can't. It shan't. Thank you very much. Because no, just hold on. Do you know why? Because at the end of the day, even when you send those cases and settlement does not take place, okay, we'll bring them back to you to contest and get your contested cases. Only a few actually get settlement. We'll still send them back to you. That's the truth. You now do the contested and still return your cases. For the few that you can settle, I don't think they will affect the overall thing. Honestly, in all honesty, I don't think so. But I agree with you that our mindset has to change. The system has to change. Our rules have to incorporate settlement. Sensitization has to be done. There are so many things that you didn't know before, but seated here now about ADR, I'm sure you have a complete mindset about ADR. So sensitizations, publicity has to be done. That's why we're here today. As you step out, please ensure that others are also exposed to what ADR is all about. Our major challenge is not even from the bench, funnily enough, even though, yes, those are our concerns. It is from the back. We've always had issues with the back. ADR does not stop you from collecting your fees. Yes.
I don't know how the effort also needs to be made, even at the level of bar activities. Hardly is discussed. You see, when we meetings, you can invite us manager, you invite us back to this area. Hardly are experts in the area by inviting. When the same branch, the Ugandan chamber, they have never done anything. They have never come to us, even at ESCO. I want few minutes to discuss something on media. Even on our topics, NBA topics, almost we know it. Hardly you hear them discuss issues of it.
Okay.
So I think the point needs to be to extend this to the officials. Let them also and so that the truth is that private really want this profession.
I agree with you. It's something that formed part of my action plan when I came in as the director of the multi-door court. And I said part of my action plan is to do sensitizations for MBA branches. So you're going to be seeing us in your MBA monthly meetings, where we'll just talk one or two things about ADR, if you give us the chance. Now remember, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. That
even this training that MBA branches.
Okay, but now we are going to. I think the Kaduna State ADR community, has for the first time ever come together to collaborate, and in that collaboration, we'll see how we can talk to the MBA to please give us some time to talk in their meetings. It's also beautiful that the last training that NICAP did, we saw quite a number of MBA members that came in to be trained as members of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. Leonard Silks, MBA chairman, if I remember correctly, past and present, were at that training, and we trained them. We tried to do our bit, and we are hoping that they will also help us when we go to them, so that we'll be able to do that, yes, in their monthly meetings. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else to say, to add, to minus, I beg to take my leave. Thank you.
Management of Settlement House and the governing body appreciates the director, Mrs. Dorcas Levy Daniel of the Kaduna State Multi-Door Courthouse for creating time and sharing with us. I believe that you actually understood your part as a mediator. You know your role, you know your bounds, and you know your limits, and we pray that you're going to put these things into practice and make a very good use of them. For online participants, I don't know if you have any comment before we go for our lunch break and then return for the next session. Any comment, question from online participants?
Done from my hand.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank
So
you.
with this, we will take the lunch break so that the participants can take their lunch, and then we will reconverge by 2:05. Thereabouts. Yes. The next session is by 2:10.
That would be
Right?
that would be too short to say it's the Friday, and some of us will have to say our prayers. So probably you had some few minutes to it.
Okay. You can do that. Once we commence, we can come back by maybe before she commences the session, 2:10, 2:15, thereabouts.
Okay.
And then this meeting is recorded, and we used to
Okay.
send the recorded.
I've seen only one recorded version. I've not seen the other one.
They are all on your platform.
Okay.
Once you check, we will resend them. You can go through them before they are taken off the internet. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you very much. Let us take the lunch break. Our lunch is ready. Please, let's go take our lunch.
Are you giving us e-lunch?
Okay. So before we go, please.
Hello.
Ka amsa abin hannun Ummu ka wanke ita ta wuce ta yi arena.
Hello, can you hear me? Kathleen, you're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Is it good afternoon? Good morning? Yeah, this is afternoon in Nigeria. Yes. The participants are just on their lunch break. They will soon reconverge. They are eating. So just few minutes, please.
Yes,
Few
no
minutes.
problem.
I will speak the moment they are back. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello.
Okay, so before we commence, let me start by doing a little introduction about Settlement House. As you can see on our website, our speaker is online. Please just come. But meanwhile, these are the services we render. It is our goal and our aim as Settlement House ADR Training Institute under our ADR Center to make dispute ADR a preferred means of dispute resolution. We have experts in different fields. These are our list of neutrals Neutrals are people who are trained and certified in different aspects of ADR. We have Mr. Oladipo Tolani is an arbitrator and mediator, and he is also a faculty, one of the governing body member of ICMC. We have Mr. Ifeanyi Anago. He's an expert in construction related dispute and is a quantity surveyor, is a lawyer. The practice we have Fola Alade is the founder of Mediation for Tefa Mediation Academy. He is based in Lagos. Ifeanyi based in Ifeanyi Anago is based and is practicing in Abuja. And we have Oladipo Tolani SN is practicing here in Kaduna. And we have our very own Ankama, which you are aware of. And we have Mr. Oludare Aborowa is in Netherlands presently. He's a mediator par excellence and is into online dispute resolution. We have Mr. Victor Baba Emmanuel Aligo. I know some of you may know him if you have been following some of our seminars and webinars. He is Kenya and he practices both in the United States of America. He is someone that you would like to listen to. He's part of our neutral. We have Isaac Asare. Isaac is a mediator, he's an arbitrator, he's an ADR practitioner. He practices in Ghana. There he was the former director of an institution that trains and certifies people in mediation, arbitration, you know, in Ghana. Mr. Zakaria Malik Jr. is also one of the neutrals. He's an arbitrator. He's an associate member of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK. We have Lolia D. Lodibo. She practices in Lagos, you know, and we have Mariam Osiri. She practices in Abuja. Sewa Seyaji also practices in Abuja. Loretta practices also in Lagos. We have Dorcas Levy Daniel, the one that just finished speaking to us. She is the current director of the Kaduna State Multi-Court House. We have Professor Timothy Bulus of the Kaduna State University. He is a professor of biochemistry. His interest in mediation actually made him to be trained under Shati as one of the members. He is a full member of Shati and is one of our patrons. He's one of our faculty. He's one of the members of the governing body of Settlement House, and he has been very, very supportive. Loretta practices both in Abuja and Lagos. She's also part of our neutral. We have Dorothy. Dorothy is the current member of this institute. My humble self, and then we have Francis Ojok. Francis Ojok is a Ugandan citizen, but he practices in the Washington, D.C. He's actually the chief executive officer of DC Dispute Resolution and Mediation Institute in Washington, D.C. And we have the privilege of having all these people as our panel of neutrals. Some of them double as our faculty members. So we have people all around, spread all around the world that can equip you with the necessary skills. So please, you can reach out to as many as you know who have not taken the certification training. As you know, Nigeria has just passed the Mediation and Arbitration Act of 2023. It was the last president that vacated his office, you know, that signed it into law before he goes. So very soon, you know, the contention has been that Nigeria has no, mediation has no legal backing in Nigeria, aside from the rules of court and some states. Now we have a national law that is applicable, and the rules, the ways these things are going to be done, you know, they are all stated in the new law. You know, this is something that is very, very interesting. So you're actually fortunate to be trained at the right time. And please ensure that your family, your friends, you know, ADR is not for lawyers alone. Non-lawyers can. If you have family members, it will add value to whatsoever profession they find themselves. So please try and do that. So with this, I can say, Kathleen, can you hear me?
Yes, and good afternoon. Katie and I are here. We
Okay,
can
so,
both hear you.
Okay, Kathleen, can you hear me? Can you speak?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. So, with this, let me formally, oh, I can see Hattie Harris. You're welcome.
Hi, thank you
Kathy
for having
Harris.
me.
Kathy Harris, you're welcome. If you can hear me. Kathleen, I think you have the floor.
It's a pleasure to be here and have the floor and be in between all of your wonderful trainers and your certificate program. And congratulations to Nigeria for having mediation now on its forefront. It's a pleasure to be here. And I brought Katie Harris with me to add comments, as my other two guest speakers have done as well. So let's give a quick moment for Katie to introduce herself and let everyone know what she does in the UK. Katie, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Kathleen. So thanks for having me. I am a trained family and civil mediator. I have been practicing family mediation for 4 years, and previous to that I worked in child development, and then I've recently done my civil mediation training. So I'm here to give any help that I can provide with the wisdom that I've gained in my 4 years.
Thank you, Kathy. We are happy to have you. I believe that the participants are happy also to have you. So you have the floor.
All right, let me thank you once more. Let me go ahead and put the link to this slide deck into our chat so everyone can see it. And then I will go ahead and share the screen and we'll get going. Everyone's welcome to use the slide deck in the way that most serves you. Mediation is becoming a global topic and we're all becoming global friends. So again, thank you so much for having me, and to our amazing audience, I hope that you enjoy the slide deck with comments from Katie as well. So let me go ahead and share my screen. This is an amazing topic of navigating impasse in mediation. I actually find it very interesting because it's another living point of the mediation, even though everyone wants to look at it as we're dead in the water, as we say in America. It's still a situation at the mediation table. And for some reason, progress that has been possible seems to have become not possible. And we call that impasse or stalemate. Somehow within the culture of the people at the table, or the influencers over the table that are not seated at the table, the board members, the stakeholders, some kind of power influencer that we as the mediator maybe don't realize, there's been a deadlock. We see this a lot in politics, just a deadlock. We see this a lot in family dynamics, a deadlock. Movement forward, progress forward has ceased. And it's not a ceasefire, it's a dig in your heels, lack of progress, cease. And I look at it as just another part of the mediation. A lot of mediators will stop here. This is the point where, because mediation is voluntary, it seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like, seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like that the mediation is over. And it's not. It doesn't have to be. I mentioned yesterday or a couple of days ago, this is the point where I thank everyone for their loyalty to their positions. A lot of people in the US, we may say, oh, everyone's being stubborn. Not the neutrality mediator. The neutral mediator says, thank you for your loyalty to yourself. So when I mediate up here in the 7 graces and not down here in the 7 deadly sins, because the 7 deadly sins of stubbornness, revenge, all of those emotions, they're burdens on people's shoulders. And I don't mediate down there. I mediate up here in the 7 graces: love, joy, peace, long suffering, patience. I mediate up here. So I thank people for their loyalty to themselves. And mediation is an and game. And I mentioned now the culture in the spirit of mediation, and mediation needs movement. And if you want to stay here at this mediation table, this mediation needs to move, and you need to think about relinquishing your hold on your loyalty to yourself. Because yesterday I mentioned we need to build bridges in negotiation. And the bridges can be different materials and different cultures of people, but we still need to build a bridge. So I allocate responsibility to the parties at the table. I sit back like this and I allocate responsibility as I should. I'm the neutral. I'm not working as hard as everyone else at the table. I'm running my process. I'm protecting the culture of mediation. I'm protecting the spirit of mediation, and the spirit of mediation is gratitude. So therefore, thank you for your impasse. Thank you for the stalemate. It's a metaphysical moment, has emotional tenor. Thank you for your loyalty to yourselves, and please think about how you can start to relinquish your hold on your loyalty to yourself, because we're here to build bridges at this table. And that's what I say. So this is how I look at impasse and stalemate. Now I can go from mediating, where I've been clarifying, where I've been chasing clarity, chasing accuracy of paperwork, chasing clarity, chasing accuracy of the narratives, chasing clarity, chasing accuracy of the body language when it disagrees with the words of the person, chasing clarity, chasing accuracy of the emotional tenor of how people's feelings are being made known at the mediation table. I'm all done with that. Now I say thank you for all the information that I have. We are going to move forward into negotiation, where if you want to get something from somebody, you have to give them something. Get and give, not offer and receive anymore. As in mediation, it's offer and receive. In negotiation, I draw a line in the sand. It's get and give. So the big question for us as the mediators is, where does the impasse stalemate live? Where is it? And remember, what we already know about conflict is always tied to emotions. And remember about what we know about where people can go if they choose to leave the mediation table, and who our people are. Remember, our people, if they have choices still, they can leave that mediation table. They can head straight to arbitration if the legal process allows. They can head straight to litigation if the legal process allows. They can head straight to the barrister experience in the UK if the legal experience allows for their case. They can head somewhere. They can go somewhere else. So because of that freedom that they have to leave the mediation table and go sit at the feet of a third party who's going to make decisions for them, we regard a stalemate and an impasse as mediators as hallowed ground. It's a moment of pause. And remember who these people are. Remember how they're somewhere in their shock response of the conflict. Remember, that's not the real them at the table. It's only partially themselves. They're fighting, they're fleeing, they're freezing, they're fawning, they're collapsing emotionally, physically. That's not a person. That's a shock response moving through a person, clinging to a person, sticking to a person. That's a person with trauma attached to them. That's not the person. And remember who else they are. They're somewhere in the stages of grief, where they're moving through the denial of having to get a divorce, the denial of chasing down inheritance because a parent, grandparent has died, the denial of betrayal because a business partner has undermined them by selling business secrets. Whatever it all is, they're somewhere in the stages of grief. That's why we're not vilifying an impasse or stalemate at our table. We're just clarifying it. Oh, looks like we're here at impasse. Excuse me. Looks like we're here at stalemate. Okay. So we're here. And also remember what I may have taught or not before. Aristotle told us that we can move within the psyche of people by finding out where the dispute lives as well. Where does that dispute live? Is it in their logos? Is the dispute in their sense of reason, their sense of logic? Is the dispute living within the rationality of their mind? Is the dispute in the ethos? Is it in the credibility to their business practices, what they've been doing all of their life? They value those practices and they're stuck to loyalty to themselves. Does it live there? Does it live in both places? Is there a mixture of where the dispute is living? Is it living within the pathos, the emotional essence of the person, the impact of their emotionality living and breathing within their life? People, how people compose their life with the musical notes, they compose themselves with their emotions. Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they bitter? Is the dispute living in the pathos? Is it living in all three parts, different percentages? The rhetorical triangle, the three appeals, tells us that we can pivot from the logos to the ethos to the pathos to find out where the dispute is living. Seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like. This is the neutral language of mediation. Mediators we need to memorize and we need to have vocabulary. Seems like for you, this sense of clarity that's happening at the mediation table doesn't feel good right now. Is that correct? That's my mediator neutral language, as I'm going to chase down and chase the accuracy of where does this dispute live. And guess what? I can be wrong with my question. It doesn't matter because they're going to correct me. If I've built trust and rapport with people, which I tend to do, by the grace of God, I tend to do, this person is going to tell me if it feels like, sounds like, seems like, looks like that way to them. These questions, statements, seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like, these are mastery statements and questions. Seems, sounds, feels, looks. These are mastery transition questions. When I say mastery, it means that they never fail me. They work 100% of the time. 100% of the time in life is a good percentage. So these are the transition questions and statements I ask to get somewhere, to get to the more clarity that I need, because right now, the only clarity I have in stalemate, the only clarity I have in impasse is 100% loyalty to themselves. I need more clarity as the mediator at the mediation table. Our parties need more help here now from us than what they've needed from us before, because they're stuck within themselves. So let's not vilify impasse. Let's not vilify stalemate. Let's just look at it as another process at the table. Remember that conflict has a life cycle. And at any point in time, any one of the issues at the table can be in a different life cycle of conflict. Remember, a settlement agreement means we've gotten all of the conflict to the late stage of peace, harmony, of interest, durable peace. It's so durable, we can write it down on our settlement agreement. That's how durable it is at the mediation table right now. So let's remember what we're doing, where we are, and who these people are. So where does the impasse live? Here is conflict. And where else is this impasse living within the conflict of the loyalty to themselves? What stage? I go after this. I chase this down. I go get my clarity. I go get my accuracy. It's my responsibility and my job to go get this information. I ask the questions. I make the statements. I say, excuse me, this might be exactly wrong to ask, but as your mediator, I'm going to be asking it because I need more clarity. I need more accuracy. Do you see how everyone at the mediation table has needs, including us as the mediators, which makes this a human experience? all around? Are we all together now? As I love that when my favorite pastor in Nigeria speaks. Are we all together? Do we understand as the mediators and themselves as well where the conflict is living? Look at all the places, in addition to what I've already mentioned, look at all the other places the conflict can live. The felt, the affect, the cognition, the conditions of the mediation table, the behavior of others at the table. The aftermath, if I agree to this, what's going to happen to me with my board of directors afterwards? Are people going to make fun of me? Are they going to be okay with this? I think I might need to make a phone call. I think I might need to stop this mediation and schedule a second mediation until I look at the aftermath before I move forward in this mediation. There is nothing wrong with any of this. This is why as mediators, I'm sure Mr. Nanchang has told you, we need to be patient. And this is one of the reasons that we need to be patient, because we have understanding. We have the bit of the wisdom of Solomon at the mediation table with our patience, with our understanding, with our ability to be human. These are some of the pragmatic reasons of what's happening at the mediation table. Maybe the trust and rapport with the process and with the mediator hasn't been being developed well. People feel that this is unfair, this is inappropriate. I told you the story about the defense attorney that went into Chicago, Illinois just last week, and said, no, I don't want any opening statements here. That is definitely unfairness to the mediation process. That is definitely a power grab, as we say in the United States. That is definitely extending inappropriate power into the mediation process that's supposed to be a fully empowered conversation with everyone fully empowered at the table. There may be a resistance to solutions that are starting to develop at the mediation table. I keep a rough draft of partial and full solutions at my table, and I name them out loud as I hear them. I say, excuse me, this sounds to me as your mediator as a partial agreement. Does everyone else agree? Yes, I write it down. Excuse me one moment, I'm going to write it down right now. The psychological safety of everything being clear at the mediation table in a living rough draft. Someone might be perceiving that there's unfairness, there's resistance now to a workable solution. When mediators don't know enough about our counterparts' goals and preferences, when I trained mediators in Boston, Massachusetts, I would say to them, why are you asking all these questions? They're asking questions that the parties are not even talking about. And I would say, what is the problem with asking all of your questions that have nothing to do about what people are saying? What's the problem with all your questions? And nobody knew the answer. And I would say the problem is you get all their answers. And now you have all this extra information that you're adding to the mediation table because you're asking questions about what they're not talking about right now. That's a lack of knowledge based on the mediator, because the mediator is focused in on their own questions instead of questions that pertain to what parties are talking about. There is a difference between asking your quiet mediator question that you're wondering about versus asking a questions what the parties are talking about. I always ask permission. As your mediator, may I ask you a question right now? I'm actually curious about something. I allocate responsibility to myself to ask a question when parties are talking about the Yankees and I want to ask a question about the Red Sox. Totally off topic. Another whole baseball team that they're not even talking about. So sometimes there's a lack of knowledge on our part. Lack of consensus. When parties still have different understandings of the key issues. And the clarity and the accuracy of the mediation has not merged the differences of the understandings yet. We all have the ability to understand things if the mediator is explaining things clearly enough. We're in the middle. We're supposed to be explaining. There's a difference between I don't understand you and I don't agree with you. And as mediators, we have to name that. at the table. We can't allow disagreements to be mislabeled as, oh, I don't understand. There is a huge difference. We have to chase down that clarity and accuracy at the table. Other reasons for impasse include unrealistic expectations. People come to the table with what they want, what they want, what they want, what they don't want, what they don't want, what they don't want, and things they can't even accomplish in a court of law, things they cannot even accomplish in a tribunal. They want those things still. And mediation, which I like to say can settle below the law or above the law. You can give more than what the law would give to someone at the mediation table. You can agree to less than what the law would give oftentimes at the mediation table. Those unrealistic expectations can happen at the table, but we've got to take the unrealisticness of them and make them more realistic of their expectations at the table. There is a term in engineering, it's called tribology. Tribology is when you hit the brakes in your car. Tribology is rough surfaces moving against each other like this. These are the expectations of the clients, like your brakes against your wheel, slowing your vehicle down. That's tribology. And in between the rough surfaces is a brake fluid that our vehicles run low on, and we have to add to our vehicles. We are the fluid. We are in between the rough textures of tribology of people's lives. This tribology can make people tired at the mediation table. They get very, very tired of negotiating back and forth. We have to be aware of that as mediators. So we help to make those unrealistic expectations more realistic for people. Power balances at your mediation table are never good. I stopped a mediation one time in Boston, Massachusetts with the chief of police. I stopped the mediation to have a discussion because his power imbalance, he had to be right about everything. His power imbalance was obstructing the mediation. And I said, for a moment, this mediation is pausing. We're going to be talking about the dynamics. I was mediating the moment, so I stopped the mediation and I headed straight to, I've got to be right all the time, dynamic. That was an obstruction to the mediation process, created a power imbalance, but also I had a human being trapped within his culture of having to be right all the time. A person has to be right all the time. Do you feel the compassion for someone that is weary of the journey of having to be right all the time, 100%? That's a weary journey in life, my friends. We can't carry the burden of that journey of having to be right all the time. I dismantled that in a little exercise. Then we went back to the mediation. That was my heart talking to me, and my gut instincts as a mediator took me to that place. I followed my gut. I followed my heart. I mediate, as Katie knows, with heart and head. I trusted my instincts. To dismantle this power imbalance, that mediation settled. Lack of trust. I have a mastery statement in regards to lack of trust because people say it often at the beginning of the mediation. I don't trust him. I don't trust her. I don't trust anything. I don't clarify lack of trust. I don't chase the accuracy of it at all first. The first thing I say is I hold up the culture of mediation. I protect my loyalty to the culture of mediation, and I say exactly this. Thank you for what you just shared with me as your mediator. And as your mediator, I'm going to tell you what you can trust is the settlement agreement, because every word will be approved by all at the table. And when I read aloud a word to you and you don't like that word, you will stop me. I have never had anyone doubt that. Never, not once. That is a mastery statement. That's how I handle lack of trust. If that didn't work, I would move into, on a scale of 1 to 10, how untrusting are you right now? I would move into allocating responsibility to them, to the culture of them, for their lack of trust. What number is it? 10 being the most, 1 being the least? Where are you? I'm allocating that responsibility with lack of trust. That's how you move through an impasse as well, with lack of trust. If my mastery statement doesn't work, you head toward clarifying it. communication breakdown, hopefully at your mediation table with you standing in the middle of, as a neutral, you shouldn't be having a communication breakdown. Hopefully not. But if it happens at the table, please name it. Please look up the research on name it to tame it. Seems like we have a communication breakdown here. Is this possible at this point in the mediation? Is this what's happening right now in front of me, your mediator? We have a communication breakdown. Is something I wasn't aware of? I'm asking those very straightforward, honest questions. That's mediator style, confidence, and courage. Mediation takes your style, your confidence in what you already know that you do well, but it also takes courage in the moment, in the improvisational moment that surprises you. You need to have your mediation courage to ask these questions in the way that your culture provides you to. Hidden interests are common. I do a lot of exploration phase in my mediating. I don't usually, because I'm paying attention to the body language when it disagrees with the words, I don't usually get hidden interests, but they can happen. And I think I mentioned yesterday, my statement for that, you know, as your mediator, my instincts as your mediator, I allocate this to myself. It just feels like, I sit back like this, it just feels like there's something I don't know here. Might there be things or one thing that I don't know that hasn't been mentioned yet? If so, I need to know it now. It needs to come to the mediation table now. Do you hear that directive? Of course it's a directive. I am the conductor of the symphony of mediation. I am the person that's in control of the process. Of course, I'm going to be giving a directive when necessary at the table about what I need to run a process effectively for people so they can make fully empowered decisions at their table. Absolutely. I'm asking these questions and telling people what I need as well at the mediation table. This is a human experience. Lack of authority at the bottom of this list, I find out about lack of authority right away. So as the mediation approaches lack of authority, I already know. In the beginning, in your opening statements that you're learning, I hope that you are saying, does everyone have the full power and authority, double up on the word choice, full power and authority to make decisions here at this mediation table? Now, here's the rest of it. That's the most important. Without contacting anyone else. Without contacting anyone else. When I ask that question at my table, people say, well, Kathleen, I have a cap on my authority, 5 million USD cap on my authority. And I say, thank you for that. 5 million USD, let me write that down. I'm taking notes. And who do we need to contact above, beyond? Hear the word choice, above, beyond, above and beyond. Use them together. 5 million USD. I want that answer at the beginning of the mediation before it even starts, before I even start mediating. I want that answer. I'm going to go get that answer. And if someone hasn't been honest about that question that I ask, when I get to this point in the mediation, guess what? It's not about contacting somebody in the moment right now. Now I'm meeting the moment of somebody that I can't trust because I asked the question in the beginning. They told me they had full power and authority, and now they're telling me, oh, sorry, I can't make that decision. Oh, this is about trust now. This is a violation of trust at the mediation table, and I'm going to go into trust. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 moment. I don't want to know who that person is right now. I want to know why. Do you remember back in the opening statements when I asked you if you had full authority without contacting someone else? I need to know as your mediator why you told me yes. I am directly, low contacts, asking that question. Allocating responsibility to them. I am not saying that you are dishonest. I am saying to them what they said to me. I need to know as your mediator why you told me yes. Do you see how neutral that is? Do you see how direct and neutral it is at the same time? I hope you're starting to understand why I don't see much impasse at my mediation table because of this low context, directness. Full authority means full authority. And then we talk about, okay, so who is the person that we need to contact? Or I'm giving choices now, or it sounds like we need to schedule a second mediation session, a third mediation session. I'm already scheduling the next mediation session after the person with authority weighs in on the decisions like political border disputes, like unfortunately what's going on right now in the Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine or Russia. There are powers that be that need to approve of things that have happened at the mediation table. Okay, let's get those powers that be, let's get their approval and keep on mediating. But I want to know that beforehand. For instance, I did a workplace harassment mediation in Massachusetts, north of Boston. And it was a C-suite level mediation where a chief operating officer pushed the door and held the head of HR trapped in the door. 2 women wouldn't let her out of the door. And this mediation settled. But this loan company had a board of directors, had an attorney. There's a general counsel within this loan company. And I said to my parties, I said, congratulations for coming to an agreement here. And you are not going to be signing the document yet. We are going to pass on this pre-mediated agreement to the general counsel of the company. The lawyers are going to look at it and make sure it fits within the culture of the legality of this company first. And then it'll come back to the table. Well, the lawyers looked at it, they approved it, and then I allowed my parties to sign it. Then the parties signed the agreement after it was approved by legal, as we say in the United States, approved by legal. Lack of authority. Sometimes people have a real lack of interest, feeling disrespected somehow, some way. This is why you always grab the body language when it disagrees with the words. This is why you always do that. Because this lack of interest will show up in the body language way before the lack of interest and feeling disrespected is a stalemate, an impasse to your mediation table. The lack of interest in their body language shows up way back in the beginning. That's why you say, thank you very much for what you just told me. And I also noticed that you lowered your head. I also noticed that you shrugged your shoulders. Can you tell me more about that? Because you said this, but you shrugged your shoulders. So I'm confused. I don't understand what's really happening right now. See how right now means temporarily? I always say right now, because I don't want to hold people hostage to the emotion, the body language of the moment. I just say right now. That lack of interest, they've been showing you lack of interest the whole way along before impasse, the whole way along the mediation, way before stalemate. We have to pick up on that lack of interest. We have to make sure that our BATMA and our WATMA, which I'm sure you've been told about, asking people, what's the best situation that's going to happen to you in your life if the mediation doesn't settle, if the negotiation doesn't settle? What's the best thing that can happen to you in your life? What's the worst thing that can happen to you in your life if this mediation doesn't settle? That knowledge of what life looks like if the negotiation at the table doesn't happen is important to break through impasse, to break through stalemate. Oh, the best thing is I'm going to go to court and win. And so we chase the clarity and accuracy of someone thinking that they can go to court and win. Only the judge knows. Even the judge doesn't know how they're going to judge until they judge. You are judges here in this mediation training. You already know that nobody knows what you're going to decide. So we have to make sure that people understand, and we push hard on their life after court. Why do you think a judge is going to rule in your favor? What is it about your situation that you think that a jury is going to rule in your favor? A tribunal is going to rule in your favor. A barrister is going to have you named the winner. Delaying tactics from either side. Lawyers tend to do this, or C-suite level people tend to do this. They tend to delay the mediation, seemingly because the longer the mediation goes on, maybe it looks like they worked harder for their company. Oh yeah, the mediation took 3 weeks. They were just delaying. If you're paying careful attention, The first time you see somebody way back before the impasse, where they're dicey, they don't want to commit, lack of commitment allows delaying at the mediation table. So you go into it, it seems like for this agreement here for agenda item number 1, it feels to me as your mediator that there's a bit of a lack of commitment here. Is that correct? And maybe they'll admit it and say, yeah, can you tell me more about your lack of commitment? On a scale of 1 to 10, what is your lack of commitment for you right now? But first, as a mediator, you've got to get the lack of commitment from them. You've got to get the head nod on that. That's the trust and rapport as you as the person, as the mediator, will allow them to feel safe enough with you to tell you the truth. So these things happen way before the impasse. They just happen microscopically. And we have to pounce on those moments. I literally call it pounce. It's like a tiger pouncing on the moment, on the prey. Pounce. Pounce right there when the body language disagrees with the words. Pounce on it. Clarify it. Mediate that moment that is happening right in front of you. Don't let it go by. A lot of pragmatic mediators that only mediate with their head, with their left brain, miss all of these fluid dynamics, these micro moments of dynamics that facilitative mediators that mediate with heart and head, we pounce on that. We notice these moments. When these moments add up, you get a stalemate. When these moments add up, you get an impasse. Let's just avoid it from the beginning. Let's pay attention before a stalemate or impasse grows into something that now is a half-grown tree that's now strong and capable. We want to pay attention to the moment when this growing disinterest is like a little tiny plant that can be dismantled much easier than a half-grown tree. We have to get a chainsaw or an axe for a half-grown tree. We do not need a chainsaw or axe for a half-grown tiny little plant of a moment the first time someone expressed disinterest or delay. Unmet interests, needs, validation, recognition, appreciation. I hope that's not happening at the mediation table. I'm saying thank you all the time at the mediation table. Thank you very much for putting it that way. Thank you very much for saying it again so I could understand better. Thank you very much for at least coming to a partial agreement. Thank you very much for your politeness to each other. Thank you very much for that clarity that you just gave me. Thank you very much for this agreement being settled. Thank you very much for the mediation table moving, continuing to move through the process. Thank you all for your efforts. I can see this is extremely difficult mediation right now. As your mediator, I just want to thank you for the efforts that you're putting in right now. This mediation table is a bit upset right now. And thank you for hanging in there, for having endurance at this mediation table right now. Thank you so much. I just said 12 thank yous maybe. There's a lot we can validate and recognize and appreciate at the table that will keep someone feeling interested. See, the opposite we give to people. That's why I said we're last. Mediation is a process of loving kindness. We put ourselves last at the table, unless somebody is obstructing our process. Then we pounce and we put ourselves first to go get what we need. But other than that, we are taking care of everyone at the table all the time in every way. Personal animosity, unconstructive intervention from third parties, fear of losing face, wanting revenge. Personal animosity and revenge, that's emotionality. Fear of losing face, that's emotionality. Taking advice from third parties could be both logic, logos, and emotionality, and pathos. This is where we compare value. My question is always something like this. Are you willing to value the mediation table and its settlement agreements that can happen here at the mediation table more, and I go like this with my hands, more than your personal animosity and you're wanting revenge and your fear of losing face? More. Do you value the mediation table more? Now we're getting down into authenticity. I don't want to lose face, Kathleen, with this mediation agreement. Okay, what do you need to be written into the agreement not to lose face? What are the words? I'm going to write them down right now. What are the words that you need to do? See what I'm doing? I'm asking a question but I'm also allocating responsibility, but I'm also empowering. Do you see when I say one thing that I do at the mediation table has like 6 reasons for it, 3 reasons for the one thing that I do, the one thing that I say? What words do you need in the mediated agreement right now that I need to write down to make sure this mediated agreement doesn't cause you to lose face? Now that person's thinking. I'm empowering them, but I'm really allocating responsibility to them, which is empowering. My mantra as I mediate as a person, responsibility is the pathway to freedom. It's always that way for me, my style. Responsibility is the pathway to freedom. If I can get people to accept responsibility for what they're doing, they can start to walk into their freedom. Being a victim is not the pathway to freedom. Being a persecutor is not the pathway to freedom. Taking responsibility is the pathway to freedom. Do you see all the emotionality, all the meta, all the spiritual values in mediation that are working and resonating and echoing in people? So that's what I do with all of those. Here's some steps that can help us that may be helpful in dealing with empaths. Remind the parties of what they've accomplished so far and thank them for it. I have a lot of gratitude for you as your mediator for the progress that you've made thus far. You know, the mediation table can have partial agreements too, and then they can take the rest to court. Don't forget about that. I've done many partial agreements at the mediation table, and so is Katie. Katie may talk about that later. Partial agreements are fine. Now the judge doesn't have 10 things to work with in the tribunal process or the barrister process or the court process, only has 2. The judge, as judges, you appreciate that. There's less to negotiate in your courtroom, in your tribunal, because 10 things were figured out at the mediation table. There's only 2 left. I have a living rough draft agreement, so I write my agreements down as the mediation is moving along. I don't just pounce at the end of the mediation and say, okay, these are all the agreements. I get responsibility, attachment to the agreements as I write them, even partial agreements. Is this a partial agreement? Correct. Thank you. I attach those partial agreements to people. I attach them along the way. So I'm always putting them into writing and saying thank you for them. And reminding people halfway through the mediation, are we still agreeing about agenda item number 1? Are we still in agreement there? Yes? Okay, thank you. I'm constantly attaching the agreements to people. So why would they get to the end of the mediation and say, oh, we don't want to do this now? That doesn't happen to me often because I have this living rough draft that's alive at my mediation table, allowing parties to vent out their emotions if there's an impasse. It's very good. Take them into a private section, take them into a caucus. Last night when I was exchanging the slide deck with Mr. Nanchon was telling me, Kathleen, what about caucus? I was like, yeah, perfect. I forgot about that. Take them, let them vent out their emotions in a caucus. Recheck their BATMA, their WATMA. Find and break the attachment is my favorite. That's the one I use all the time. Before I do any of the others, I find and break the attachment. So let's talk about that briefly for a few moments. Attachment theory. Very important to understand attachment theory. When we're infants, when we're separated from our parents, we have distress. When infants are separated from the people that take care of them, when infants are separated from the proper amount of food, the proper amount of water, the proper amount of being warm, their body temperature being regulated, when they're separated from their caretakers, when infants are not picked up and held, there's distress. We all were under distress when we were infants. My father walked out of my life when I was 2 years old. I have the memory of me running down the sidewalk, throwing myself between his legs, wrapping my arms around my daddy's cats and saying, don't leave. And he was dragging me down the sidewalk with my feet behind me as he was leaving my mother. I'm 60, how old am I? 66 years old, and I still remember that. That's distress. And because we are always under distress because we don't have perfect parents, and we're not perfect parents, and we don't have perfect grandparents, we adapted. Somehow, some way, we adapted to life as infants. In America, in the 50s, in the United States, there's this horrible experiment where they decided that infants were strong if they had to survive on their own. So all these adopted babies, these babies that were abandoned because after the Second World War, there's all these babies without parents. So they went into these hospitals and nobody picked them up. And they grew up with all these problems because they weren't loved, because they weren't held, because they could not create a dependency. In mediation, please be clear, the dependency on me, the mediator, the dependency on the process creates independence. We allow people to be dependent on us so they can be independent. We are more able to be independent when we have a dependency security in our lives. We become more courageous, we become more independent, we become more fearless, we become more excited about life because we have people we can depend on. Dependency is not a crutch in life. Dependency is a necessity in life. At the mediation table, we create dependency. And we want that because we understand that people, I'm breaking the attachments when people dig in their heels with impasse, with people that are anxious, dismissive, or fearful. And the reason they are is based on attachment theory of when they were babies. Some of us are very secure. Some of us rotate between being anxious and fearful at the same time. I can be very dismissive when someone approaches me and the United States culture, and especially in my world of dating, because I am a single woman, if they approach me with a certain amount of arrogance, I dismiss that. I don't want anything to do with arrogance in my personal life. My personal life with my daughters is filled with love and care and beauty. I don't want to add a man into my personal love life, my special love life that is arrogant. I dismiss it. But look at the qualities of people with attachment theory that are anxious. They're emotionally volatile. They're afraid of rejection. They're anxious and clingy. They romanticize people. They seek reassurance. People that are fearful. They fear the connection of the mediation agreement. They have very poor boundaries. They have extreme responses at the mediation table. They're emotionally hot and cold at the mediation table. I'll just say that. I said that one time. So with me in private session, you're all hot. But when you get together with the other person, you go all cold on me as your mediator. I don't know who you are. Dismissive, struggles with closeness, withdraws, over independent, emotionally defiant, unresponsive. When you have an impasse, when you have this stalemate, you got a person anxious, dismissive, or fearful with the agreement, with the agenda point that has to be broken. It's not enough just to talk about their interests anymore. You're just going to revalidate their attachment to the impasse, revalidate their attachment to the stalemate. You have to break it. You have to somehow have them go reflective inside them. So tell me about your thoughts and your feelings that are now telling me that you want to retain a loyalty to self. Tell me about that. One of the ways to break the attachment is to go into reflective practices. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Therefore, what do you want to do with this loyalty to yourself? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? How can you release your hold on your loyalty to yourself, loyalty to the person, loyalty to whomever they're loyalty to? What would be a new action plan? How does this make sense right now at the mediation table? You've come here to come up with ideas to generate options, and now your only option is loyalty to yourself. How does this make sense? Why did you come to my mediation table? And now I'm saying why did you come to my mediation table if you're not going to be willing to generate creative solutions, and you've come here only to be willing to be loyal to yourself? You were loyal to yourself before you came to the mediation table. You can go be loyal to yourself in court. Why are you here at my mediation table? You have to break the attachment. You have to find out what it is about the stalemate, what they're attached to, anxiously, dismissively, fearfully. You have to break that. And you say, envision what it would look like for you if you let go of this loyalty. Envision what your life would look like just for a couple minutes if you let go of that. If you let go of this, please envision what your life would look like. So that's what we do, these reflective thoughts. And we can change the topic, and we can go silent as well. And we can give people rest. You ask a question, you go silent. That's giving people rest. You can reschedule the mediation. It's called pillow talk. Reschedule the mediation for the next day. Let people sleep on it. Ask people if there's something they can think of to incentivize the other party that's stuck. Refocus their interest. Take a break overnight. Do a caucus. All of these things are what we can do to break impasse. And I'm going to have Katie add comments when she comes back on screen as well. I'm going to stop the share. So Katie, thank you so much for being here with me. And please add comments to this presentation.
Yeah, I think you've covered a lot in that space. I don't know if anyone has any brain capacity left, having been given all that information. I guess the only things that I would add to it is to reinforce the points that Kathleen's just made that I think for me as a mediator are particularly important. So I made a couple of notes while she was talking on the things that I figured may be really useful to you. And I'm hoping that you picked up the same key points through that. So one of them was accountability, holding clients accountable for their decisions. And if there is an impasse, that's their decision not to move. It's their decision not to negotiate further. You know, make them accountable and label it. Label the fact that we've reached an impasse. It feels like we're not able to move here. How will we be able to move here? What is it that will be able to allow you to move here? All of those questions, but I think making sure that you make that person accountable and make the parties accountable for the change. And like Kathleen said, it's quite brutal, but it's necessary to say, this is your space, this is your opportunity. This isn't for me to fix this for you. This is for you guys to work together to find a resolution. This isn't my resolution as a mediator. This is your resolution. This is what the two of you are seeking. So I think labeling and reiterating people's roles and responsibilities is a huge step towards finding a resolution. There's no, if someone sits in a mediation room and they want you as their mediator to find their resolution, that's never going to work. They may as well go to court in that scenario. As a mediator, your job isn't to find their solution. Your job is to help them find that solution. And maybe reiterating that to them. You're in a mediation session, you're not in a courtroom. I'm not going to make that decision for you. So that was one of the key things, was I think labeling and being fairly brutal. Another thing, and Kathleen certainly mentioned this, but I have a way of thinking when, if we reach an impasse, there's normally a reason, and a client is holding on to something that they need. So their behavior is that of, I'm not moving. And I think to remember that behind every behavior, there's a feeling, and behind every feeling, there's a need. So being able to recognize what that need is of the client is going to help you to find a resolution. So it's about looking deeper. And again, it's not necessarily you doing that work, but it's you understanding. So when Kathleen said, ask those questions that need to be asked, because you need to understand what's driving their need and what it is that can be changed in order to still achieve that need, but in a different way. So as always, Kathleen, I don't think I have a huge amount to add, because there was a lot of information there already, shared very succinctly. So my view is just those: understand the need of the clients, work with them, make them accept their responsibility, their duty to finding a resolution, and be comfortable in asking those questions and pushing and allocating that responsibility to them. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much. So Nanjung, is there anything else that you would like to do with our time together?
Thank you very much, Kathleen. It has been an interesting moment. Kathy, we are happy to have you, and we hope to connect with you. I will try to reach out to you and see what we can do together. We are passionate about mediation over here, and anything you can do to assist us will be greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. So we have online participants and we have physical participants. If you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Can I just say at this point, and on that note, can I just say thank you and I'll be able to work with you guys in future. I'm more than happy for you to reach out and I'll do whatever I can to assist. I'm also very passionate about mediation, so please feel free to do that.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Please, do we have comments? Do we have questions? We have just looked at, okay, so Kathleen, if they don't have question, you can ask them question actually. Yeah, so that we will test the level of their understanding, right? Right. So go ahead. You can.
In review. I just want to make sure that everyone enjoyed themselves.
That wants to speak. Abhishek, your hand is up. Please unmute and speak. Abhishek.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I hope you're hearing me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful teaching. Really appreciate it. But I still want to understand what this impasse stalemate is all about. I was trying to understand it at a point, but somehow I lost track of what you were saying. And I remember you said something about patience, long suffering, something like that. So I just want to understand, how does it fit into that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And it fits into the mediation process because an impasse or a stalemate is when progress stops at the mediation table.
Okay.
No progress is happening. It's a stalemate. It's a deadlock. It's bam, that everything has come to a stop. So the question becomes, how do we keep the mediation moving so people can get to a settlement agreement? So the slide deck, I actually put it into the chat so you can have it for yourself. The slide deck talks about how we can break the deadlock, unlock the deadlock to keep the mediation moving.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I've gotten what I really wanted.
You're welcome. As I said yesterday in the training, everyone comes
about deadlock. Okay, you see, in the course of mediation, you will come to a point where both parties are not interested in progressing any further. You have come to a standstill. Now, what Kathleen has just done is to help us see some of the causes of stalemate, deadlock, and impasse in mediation. I can see the first one she mentioned there was maybe the mediator himself. you know, in the mediation process. It can be, just as we have been emphasizing, it can actually do something that may affect the mediation process, isn't it? So when you do something that has the capability, like somebody intentionally decides to flare up, hit the table, bang the door, or when you are talking, one party is busy crying and shedding tears. Are you going to just continue with the mediation and ignore the person? You know, these are things. Those actions could be deliberate, especially maybe in a family mediation. You know, we have a family mediator, Kathy. You know, I don't know if you have experienced things like that, where one party will display emotions, maybe anger, or, you know, it just trying to just disrupt. So if you as a mediator feel that this thing is not okay, like, why will you are just flaring up for no reason? Please, if you cannot resolve your dispute, just go your way. You know that will stop the mediation process, and then you have not done your part. So that's why we have talked about emotional intelligence. We have talked about understanding people's personality, so that you will know how to handle them. You will know what you need to do. You understand? To help them. What we are saying is that when you start a journey and the journey stops, like you meet a roadblock and there is nobody there, you need to come down, maybe remove the stones or the barricades or whatsoever that can stop you from progressing. Then you pass. And if there is need to put it back, you put it back there and then you move. No, those things that can stop the mediation process, those things that can hinder a successful settlement, aside from the parties themselves being unwilling to settle, these are impasses, these are stalemates, these are deadlocks. Now, what strategies can you use when you see that the place has become too difficult and discussion becomes too difficult? Everybody is talking at the same time. Everybody is shouting at the same time. You can say, okay, excuse me, Mr. A, if you don't mind, is it possible for us to have just some few minutes alone? I will come back to have, you know, this is what whatsoever we discuss, you know, will be confidential and all of those things. These are strategies why you separate the parties. And sometimes you will do a complete mediation session without bringing the parties together. When you notice certain things, that's why you were taught about personality types and emotional intelligence. You go, like Victor will say, shuttle mediation. You shuttle from one room to the other. When you go there, you discuss with the person, oh, this is what this person has agreed to do. You know, when you get the information, you go to the other person. That's how you keep going from until you're able to arrive at a settlement. We have done a session, you know, before that, you know, you just you go, you meet with this until you get to a point where you ask, okay, at this point, since we have gotten some agreements, can we now come together, converge together without some of these outbursts? They say, oh, yes, we can. But if they are together and you discover that they cannot arrive at any reasonable, they cannot even discuss, not even talk of arriving at a settlement, that's a deadlock. That is a point where you must use your emotional intelligence, you must use your own understanding and your instinct as a mediator to now know what you need to do to be able to help these parties progress. Are we together? So sometimes, you know, the mediators act in different capacities. Sometimes when you are alone, that is when you can ask difficult questions. Like Lloyd will say, he will not ask the parties whether they need permission to ask difficult questions. All he does need to do is to ask the questions. And there are questions you cannot ask in a joint session. You can ask them in a private session when you are with them. You know, when somebody is asking, you know, one of the cause of deadlock, when someone is making unnecessary and unjustifiable demands, you bring the person to a caucus, ask him questions, help him. Okay, can you justify why you are asking for? Can you explain to me? This is just between you and the party. So you can see this is stalemate. This is deadlock. And if you are a mediator and you cannot handle deadlock when they come, then you have a long way to go. Because most times before parties can involve a mediator, it means that they were unable to settle their disputes within themselves. And that is why they are bringing a third party to assist them to resolve. So when they are coming to you, they believe that you possess the necessary skills, the ability, and what it takes to help them navigate through their disputes. And you have to be deliberate in equipping yourself with these skills. And that's why this topic was specifically couched so that you will understand some of the causes, so that you yourself will not contribute to it. And then when it happens, some of the things that you need to do in order to make sure that the mediation session progresses to a logical conclusion where you have arrived at a settlement agreement, or where the parties willingly say they are no longer interested. Are we together? So you see, a mediation session comes to an end when according to the new Nigerian law, the Arbitration and Mediation Act 2023, a mediation comes to an end when the mediator says it has come to an end. Right? The second one is when the parties themselves decide that they are no longer interested in continuing. The third one is when the parties have settled and have arrived as what a settlement agreement. These things are now entrenched in our laws. Are we together? So that is the essence of a teaching of this nature, so that we will have, will be equipped with the necessary skills and the ability to be able to make impact in the mediation process. So, Kathy, I don't know if you have anything to say. Kathleen, if not, I think we can stop at this point.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that wonderful summary and review of this discussion. Katie and I had a wonderful time, and we hope that the rest of your day goes very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathy, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So have a nice day. Enjoy your day. What time is it in the UK?
We're just an hour behind you, so it's 25 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. It's definitely a very different temperature though here. You all look very hot. It's very cold here.
Okay, this is 3. It is 3:25 here, Nigeria. Yes, so it's still afternoon, I think. So thank you. Good afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so
And
much.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so with this, I hope the participants online, you are still there, and you will remain there so that you can do your practicals properly. So with this, we have come to the end of the class for today. Our next agenda is the practical session, and we have up to 30-35 minutes to do that. And we can see that we are about where is she coming back? Okay. Because Father, please. Yes. We will break out, at least you have enough time. The session for today is going to be what's the tree? I don't know if you have been in the
Hello, you are no longer audible. We can't hear you.
If you have been if you have been partaking in the training from the beginning till this time, I believe that
we can't hear you.
a lot of things, including some of the processes you need to take in mediation. So we are going to go into the practical session right away. So we have three. Thank God. Madam, come and join so that I can, we can divide. Okay, doctor, are you speaking?
I can't hear you anymore.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, it's still far away.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
You are barely audible. I don't know what is causing it.
Okay, I can see Abishal. Can you hear me? Okay. So we are going to divide you into groups so that we'll proceed. Online participants, just a minute, I'll break you into groups so that you can partake. Meanwhile, we have the physical participants. So we have let's take at least we come here. Let's take 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Don't go to any place. You know the scenario for the form. What place is okay. So 1, 2, 3. We can also find a place. You are there. So online participants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I can see only 2 of you.
Okay.
Abishal and Delshak. Are you available? I see Dr. Latif. Dr. Latif is no longer here. Oh, give me my phone. Shak and Abishak, can you hear me?
We can hear.
Yeah, but something is going on up and on. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Going up and on, it's not clear. Are you hearing me? Hello?
I can
only
hear you.
I said it's off and on, it's not so audible.
Where is my dad? Okay. Nobody is speaking in this group. You have, if you are on the training group, we are looking at workplace disputes. Check the training group for the outline, for the simulation. Workplace disputes. Yes. You should do the practicals now. Appoint a mediator, choose the parties. Okay, let me add somebody. Check your okay, just look at this thing first. Check the group chat, read out the, you have just few minutes, less than 20 minutes. Read read it first. Read the scenario, workplace dispute first. I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay, let me ask. You said?
Under the form, have you seen it? That document.
In Africa, Nigeria has the highest gender gap, which is 8%. But many Nigerians have a less active financial than men. How do we close those gaps? How do we ensure that we can build implementation empowerment systems to aid them to drive their economic activity that helps them in their life and then formalize the way they think about doing business, etc. So I think in Nigeria, we've done quite well, but what we still need to do is from the part of our leadership to recognize skill and finish what we do. Really serves the factor of the mandate that is more expensive to be here. So collectively, public, private, public, companies, we all need to come together to say, you know what, how do we change the narrative around financial inclusion, around access in a manner that drives impact and drives social change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Individuals. So let me come back to Wagner and then invite Mrs. Akibani to give our own contribution.
So I'm going to look at it more from the macroeconomic point of view. I'm an economist by profession. And one of the questions that our speaker raised, she asked, is inclusion possible in a tighter policy environment? Considering the fact that is CBN's
Hello, my group. Have you submitted your assignment?
that the establishment of the establishment. So they don't really like the land.
All right. Can we pay attention?
Are you sure you are saying all of those things? You don't want those kind of embarrassment. So when you go there and you say you are a mediator, you should be able to understand the rules, the stages, right, of the mediation, the ethics of a mediator, what we should do and what we should not do. These are things that you need to be aware of. So online participants, I think you are hearing me. Now you see there are stages. I want to get feedback from each group. One person tell me what you did and what you agreed. And then you see, I want to know whether the mediator actually followed the procedure or not. And whether you have followed the stages of the mediation or not. And whether you have violated some of the ethics and principles of mediation or not. But some of them have had them asking questions like cross-examination questions to the parties. They say, but especially online participants say, but you didn't have this or you didn't do this or something. As a mediator, you know, when you begin to do that, you are clearly showing that you have an interest somewhere, right? Or you are in favor of one person and against the other. That is not appropriate at all. So I want you, the person that is going to talk, is going to tell us what he feels the mediator does well and didn't do well. You understand? Because the mediator is the one who controls the process. So if you begin to interfere or you begin to cross-examine, like one will look at one of the mediation sessions, the mediator was looking at me and said, but you read the manual. Didn't you see what is written in the manual and how long have you charged the party that you blow? You know, and that was like, are you a lawyer for the other side or what? You understand? So you need to understand an opening statement is simply, who can even tell you what an opening statement is, because that's the most important and crucial part of the mediation, your own mediator's opening statement. Right? Where is the someone should tell us what is the opening statement. You want? I give you. What is the mediator's opening statement?
This statement is a statement that sets the foundation process into place. We issue a background of what we should expect in the process generally.
What group were you?
Yes.
Okay. So what was your agreement in your group, and how did you get to the agreement? Then you comment on what the mediator does well or did not do well.
What we did, I was in so our group of mediator, I first started by making the open speech. And secondly, that's the parties to believe themselves, how they wish to be called, addressed. Then after that, proceeded to go there to tell them what the process entails. So upon the conclusion, I asked the complainant to state what problems are. Then the response of the problem. From there, I completed the agenda for the mediation session, of which we had areas of the 8-month salary, then the claims of 80 million damages, then the status of the Musa, whether still under the employment of prison or not. As regards the first issue,
because I created a very conducive atmosphere for them to deliberate. In the end, the company considered to pay the whole arrears, salary arrears. However, the second one, the claims for 20 million naira damages was completed by Musa. Then on the third one, which is the status of Musa, whether still under the employee of the company or not. Remember, on the scenario was during the lockdown period. So the company notified Mr. Musa based on the circumstances at that time. Many companies are right sizing, downsizing the number of staff they have. Notwithstanding, the Musa was not fired, but rather his employment was put in a new company. What should the services be needed on the resumption of work? They will do well by first calling him back and then the salary will be the instance and not like that. That was well.
Thank you very much. You can pass the mic. Okay.
No, you.
Yes, you.
No, you. Okay.
Tell us what you feel the mediator. Our concentration is on the opening statement of the mediator and then the resolution. I know the mediator will turn on eventually when it gets to you. But tell us what you feel, because you as a trained mediator, you should be able to look at a session and know what the mediator does right or wrong. You understand? And that makes you feel that yes, as a lawyer, when you sit down and you hear a lawyer asking questions, you say, this is a big question. I'm to say I'm a cancer. I mean, so that makes you understand what it is, right? So also when you sit as a mediator, like one of the sessions, the woman was one of my court mediator was, can you see how she I you see the woman and she was not good at answer. They can use that behavior. So how can the other side be comfortable that they are going to get justice in the session? So you should be able to know when it's not a place for moral dispute, right? You are there to assist the parties because they are unable to arrive at the session. Isn't it? Yeah. So you should be able to identify. So please.
Okay. Our moderator began with our mediator began with an opening statement, and along the line he actually forgot to ask us to introduce. Okay, did it? He asked us to introduce ourselves and also give him the comfortable name that we prefer to be called, and we did that. However, shortly after the introduction, we delved into the discussion of the dispute. And we have to remind you that you speak the step, you're supposed to do agenda 7 to identify the issues in dispute that the session will be focused on.
The agenda 7 may not be compulsory, right? But it is needed if you want to make your work easier. If you don't go and start discussing all around, you are not even agreed on what you want to discuss. You are going to have a very long session, because when you have arrived, maybe something else will come up again. Say, you will not start afresh. But once you set an agenda, you already know what you will be discussing, and you ask the parties, are these things issues you want to discuss on? And when you discuss and agree on them, are they going to resolve the issue on ground? So, of course, said yes. You understand? So it makes it easier for you. But not setting an agenda doesn't really mean that you are not doing the mediation, except you are going against the principles and then the ethics in mediation, right? So just take note of that. It's important that you identify most professional set agenda, most professional mediation. Some training institutions may not include it in their training, but because this is a training that we believe that we should be able to complete favorably with even advanced and global mediators. So we need to bring in these things so that you understand that this is how it is done. If you go to some of the and global, you see they have this thing that is like a calendar. You write on these are the agendas, you go issue number, agenda number one, you have what you talk, you write, it keeps to memory, it reminds you of what you know, and then as they are writing, you as a mediator will be taking notes. The reason why you're taking notes is so that you don't forget. And if there is need for you to visit, maybe somebody says something and you need some clarification, or you need to take the parties to a caucus meeting where you need to discuss, and in the course of the discussion, you know, you need to add certain points. Those are your notes. You need to explain it to the parties that in the course of it, but you said that this is going to be confidential. Why are you writing? What are you going to use the things you are writing for? No, you need to ask me a lot of questions. But when you explain to them already, your opening statement, you have set the course and the ball rolling. Right? Okay, so continue.
Okay, so after that, he proceeded into the discussion and led us to arriving at an agreement. And it sounded so easy, and we decided to explore a situation where there's a thing, and we created another scenario out of the same set of facts. And then also he guided us to arrive at the end of that session.
Well, that's interesting. So we like to hear from him. Tell us. Yes.
First, just like you said, the first scenario, after introducing myself and welcoming them and setting a very beautiful place for them to be comfortable with some similar things, maybe to be great. And then I told them what is going to bless me, and I explained to them how the vision works. If he wants to drive mind and just to right. And then really, Mr. Musa, maybe
Online participants, are you with us? Can you confirm if you can hear us? Can you confirm if you can hear our conversation?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Can you confirm if you can hear us?
Yes.
All right.
We complaint. It was that.
So you could tell us the outcome.
Okay, the outcome. Okay. In fact, the outcome there was an argument. Then you use it writing at the time. But the second scenario where there was a telling. First, when there was helmet, was when Mr. Musa insisted that one areas might be paid, making them this so we paid. And then Ms. Musa said no. And then I had to, when there was a template, I had to separate the joint session into caucus. And then we met with Musa. Musa said that yes, we can accept.
So in your own scenario, do caucus.
Yes, yes. Right. And the caucus, Musa said that he will not want to leave his job. You know what to leave his job. But he will find that that he cannot work with his son because of what happened. You know what to work with. He can only come back to work if company will transfer his son out of another company. Then when I came back to discuss his She can never leave. They must work. They must work together. So there was a big confusion. At the end of the day, we had our job. So that was what I call it. So we are joined. Okay, so we are joined. We had our job for other needs. So that I mean, I advise. So I advise them that they should go and you and think over their decisions and see whether they can come down. Even though they will not have it.
So, now, before you speak, now you need to know that it's not every mediation session that this will settle. Yes. But the fact that the parties do not settle doesn't mean. But the fact that the parties did not reach an agreement doesn't mean that mediation has not taken place, that there is no impact. Where people are not able to discuss among themselves or do anything, and then you're able to bring them together and they discuss to a point where they said they are no longer resolving, you have achieved something. When they go back, they may decide to come back or they will think. But when they have not even spoken at all, at least they have an opportunity of hearing the perspective of the other party. That's the important thing about mediation. It's not when the lawyer comes, the client comes and briefs you. Ajia, are you with us? Are you sure? Yes, not when the lawyer briefs you. You know, the client briefs you. You can even lie to you. And there is no way you even know. You don't go and prepare your process and even swear to an affidavit without effect and go and file it in court. It is when the other person responds. Say, what? You now come and say, Cross, no, I don't understand. This, why didn't you tell me? Say, I don't think that one was the first week. You know, those things are things that happen. Like that, when the parties in dispute are able to come together and discuss, that's a problem. That's progress. Are we together? It's a great progress. So if they don't say to you, what you do is that you thank them for choosing mediation, thank them for giving their time and for discussing, and then help them know that they can still come back to the mediation at any time, at any point in time, and then you appreciate them for even giving opportunity to discuss among themselves or within themselves. Are we together? Are we together? So take note in case they ask you in our assessment where parties do not settle. No, it must not finish on that day. So where you adjourn, yes, you can adjourn. You can adjourn the proceedings, right? But when you are adjourning, ensure that you are putting down everything. Ensure that ensure that you have recorded the agreements and make everything you have discussed and agreed upon to that point have been properly documented, so that you don't come and start afresh. But you see, the good thing about starting and finishing is that when the person goes back home and some consultation, they come and tell me that I didn't agree with that today. Sometimes it happens. But sometimes they can go and think over it and even come back even better. So take note, it's not every mediation that must settle, but as a mediator, you must be committed to the process and ensure that you do not contribute to the topic. Right? Yes.
And the same thing with them.
This week, right? As you get the problem.
Yeah.
We are doing it tomorrow. So please come and read that scenario so that. Yes.
So at least it's not well. And at the end of the you were able to resolve based on you have gone to another day. Come back when there's a possibility or you go back home. There's a possibility we might have a rethink on what we can.
So what? Tell me one thing that the mediator didn't do well.
And you did well.
That thing. So you did that. You did cross-examine.
No.
You did act in such a way that you feel that you was in favor of one person against the other.
It was not partial. Yes, it was.
You see, the new law, you know, before it was Arbitration and Conciliation Act. Now they've changed it to Arbitration and Mediation Act. Now, before, you are not supposed to make suggestions. But in conciliation, as you have learned earlier, you can make suggestions. But the parties are the ones that will determine. Now, in mediation, according to this law, having replaced conciliation, it now says that the mediator has the power to make suggestions to the parties. Yes, this new law. Okay. You can make suggestions with their consent. So if the parties, if you say, okay, sometimes if you can ask them, will you want me to make a suggestion? Will you want me to say something on this thing? You know, if they allow you, you can share and tell them. If they say, okay, I think I may have a suggested solution. Do you think it's okay? Right? If they say yes, they are okay with it. Why not? You give them back. The new act says that you can make those suggestions, but you cannot impose the suggestion or the solution on them. Are we together? So you are not doing wrong if you, but it's not as once they just start discussing, you can't say, see, I think that this is how you will resolve this matter. No. That is not. You will do your own at the point where you see that the parties are struggling with options. Your own is to help them. You can even ask them whether they will allow you to suggest several options for them to consider. Right? At the end of it, it must be the parties that will decide and accept. Are we together? So, give me the next, your own one. Yes, tell us your own side, whether the mediator does well or what you observe or what was the thing that happened of you. From what you have learned, what do you say?
And then from them, I did that.
You have learned principles, you have learned about ethics, ethics in mediation, you have learned about deadlock in mediation. So, based on what you have learned, can you tell us whether they are violated or whether gone against or in line, and what makes you feel so?
What I've learned, not follow strictly what we were talking. When I commenced,
are you saying it because they are possibly your brothers on the bench or your customary judges?
I mean, our community very well.
What is your meaning?
Because during the negotiation, company were not ready to pay the company didn't want to pay at first. So the mediator has to like so during the issue of damage, when resolving damage, Mr. Katako was not ready to pay the damages and everything. So he just really tried to get him both parties. He suggested that the company should pay 8 months arrears, then Mr. Katako should pay the damages. So that they can go. So we really tried to resolving the issue before it came to the issue of the status of the employment of the submitter. At first, the company were not ready. At first, the company even said that the submitter is no longer their employee. But it has to direct the company it's as in to retain the submitter. That's why the company gave some conditions. Any people should just like stay as a standby for employers to when they are everything is okay so that they can keep back.
Okay, so you have done well. Great. So if you're
company said no authority to discuss the issue of the payment of arrears and the damages. So, when you focus and the company outrightly say that it has no authority of the company enter into any monetary payment of salary arrears or damages because the company throughout 8 weeks, 8 months, and there was no work. They don't have anything. Don't get anything. That's what they are. No, I have no second. So
Thank you very much for that. So, one thing you should note, because of mediation, is that no mediation session is the same, right? You can see the same scenario where some discuss and settle straight away. Some have to create another version of going to purposely. And some their own, from the beginning, they knew that they had to go into purposely. And they started, they didn't finish, they had to adjourn. Right? These are all scenarios that you envisage or see in a situation. Are we together? So you must note that and you ensure that you follow the procedure that is made. You know, gradually you are going to develop your own style of mediation with practice. You understand? But practice makes perfect. After your training, make effort to volunteer your services to members of the public, to NGOs, organizations, authorities, your mosques, so that you can make this team permanent and stable. You know, they say you make, one of the personality type, personality C, right? They say because they do something repeatedly, they develop competence and more expertise in that thing. And they said practice makes perfect. So the more you practice these skills, you will become part of that sport, even if you wake up from sleep you'll be able to know what you need to do in a particular situation. Are we together? Okay, so sir, can you?
Yes, I think the first speaker, who virtually summarized the mediator, who is started with opening statements. After our opening statement, they allow parties to make their own individual opening statements before setting the pace by stating the issues for determination. Allow me to use that. List of issues for determination. Then the issue there were issue of payment of arrears of salaries, period of 8 months, and then claim of damages for 20 million. As to the status of Musa, since the company was not did not raise the issue, did not say Musa was present their staff. The only thing they were saying was he did not work for them for that period of time. So it was like an issue that they proceeded, parties agreed on. That was the only issue that we agreed on. But as to the issue of the other issues of areas of salaries, and then the 20 million, sorry, the company representative made it clear that, look, I don't have authority of the company to say anything concerning monetary claims. And at that point, the wisdom of our mediator, she now advised sisters to adjourn the matter. Sorry for using the matter. Can I use matter? We now adjourn to another. Yes, we adjourn the mediation session till another day. Well, whether it is recess or whatever, I'm used to the language of adjournments. And Oga has permitted me to use the word. Yes, exactly. So that was how, one interesting thing was focus. At the point the mediator realized that there are certain things that ordinarily we are not supposed to say them openly. So she invited each of us, focus, with our permission anyway. With our permission. She maintained neutrality, confidentiality, and all other principles that we all know that
the mediator.
I don't know her name. Yes. So this is how the mediation process started and ended. We are hoping to meet again the next agenda.
She has a history of not finishing mediation section because in the last yesterday, they still are done. They didn't finish. You see, the thing is that you need to note that parties stop. You see, me, I was not in the group that I observed. When they were reporting, they said they are done. And I don't know that she was involved in gender and that she was with you, right? No, they before yesterday. Yeah, people are done. And you were wearing the same clothes. I sometimes so she has the history of not the gender section. You know the impression you give is either you are meant you don't look back of how you are done. So next time, if parties come and they say they want to appoint you, they don't look give us another. Give us another data. You see, so that is how the practice is. The way you see, like that thing that she said, almost out of 1,000 cases, you are almost there is almost 90-something settlement. So when you are recommending or appointing somebody like that, you'll be very happy. And even if you do not settle, you know that it's going to be a very difficult situation. So these are things that you must take note. Mr. Delsha, can you now speak from your own end so that we know what?
Hello? Hello?
Can you speak?
Okay. Can you hear me? Hear me? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, our session we were 3. The mediator, I wish she's available to make the presentation herself, having anchored the session. But I was for I acted as Mr. Musa, and then Mrs. Abishak acted as the company. So the mediator was, I think, 1 hour or so. She introduced herself, the opening statement, she introduced herself as a mediator between we, the parties, and the opening statement, and then we now went into the session. Now, in the session, the scenario, we all gave our positions. I gave my own position as, having resigned my former job and gotten this new one, and then the situation that happened and the damages I'm claiming, I expressed my grievances and what I desire to see. The mediator actually did say that I will not be able to get everything. It's a win-win situation. She made it clear that we are here to resolve a matter amicably in a way that will suit the interests of parties. So I presented my situation, and the company too presented its own part of the story and what happened. So the mediator now was saying, okay, what middle ground will we be able to reach so that parties can go back much relieved? I gave my own position. I need my salaries, at least the areas of this for the 8 months, the period I stayed during the lockdown, and no call. They promised me that even if it's an online, I'll be doing my work online within that period, sit at home. I never received any call. So I did say that, okay, since I'm claiming 20 million, let the company give me 10 million. So the company said, no, it's 1 million they can give. So we reconvened. We had to adjourn the session. We had to adjourn and reconvene. So since it's a hypothetical scenario, we reconvened the second day. So the second day, they still insisted that they don't have much. They are only offering me 1 million. As to the salary, that's for the damages. Sorry, let me make it clear. For the damages, they offered 1 million out of the 20 million. Then for the issue of the salary that was not paid within those months, they said they will still go back and discuss. The mediator did say that, well, this is something that they should discuss together, not in parts. Since it's something that we want to settle, they should discuss both the salary that was not paid and also the damages I'm asking for. So what I now did, I now came down. Instead of 10 million, I said, okay, they should give me 5 million so that we can make headway. So finally, what happened was they now said, okay, they'll give me the 5 million and 1 so that we all part ways. So that was the agreement we now reached at the end. They offered me 5 million and we all smiled. So jokingly, I now told them that, well, I'm waiting to resume my work. So it was more of a fun, we actually learned to reach middle ground. When we had a stalemate was the first session. We had a stalemate. So the second time we came back, there was no stalemate. That stalemate was resolved. I think that was the little experience we had. I wish the mediator was here to speak better, but I'm speaking as a party, an interested party.
Can you on your camera? Let's see.
Hello?
Can you on your camera? Let us see you.
It's saying no access. I'm not being allowed access. I don't know why.
Okay, you are allowed access. Can you on your camera?
Yes, I'm struggling too. I'm still struggling because it's still telling me, please allow, okay. Unable to access camera. It's still not granting me access. I don't know why.
Just click on the start video.
Yes, I clicked on it.
Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Okay, so thank you very much. Now you see that is a mediation session. You have time to do your get feedback so that you know whether you are doing something right or wrong. Unless you find yourself in a real mediation situation, you will not. And because of all these practicals, at least you have served as a party, you have served as a mediator. At least you will see and know what is expected of you in certain situations, right? So with this, we'll officially take this meeting to a close. Tomorrow, please come early. We will start. We are going to give instructions as to how tomorrow is going to go. We are going to allow you people to the info. It's going to be recorded. We record all the groups so that you have enough time to do the practical, to do the session that you need to do before we come and conclude. If you are going to do any adjustment, we send information to the platform, to the training platform. So please read the scenario so that you can have a very good deliberation. And remember, tomorrow you are going to be doing your opening statements as well, right? Our coordinator for tomorrow will be here. You will do the check-in activities. She will do it. Then we are going to do the opening statement. Everybody under camera will come and sit here. You'll be giving your opening statement from the beginning to the end within the time limit, and she's going to time you. If it is 5 minutes, she gives for each person 5 minutes. Now, aside from this physical one, remember you are going to do the video one, you on your own, without anybody in the presence of nobody. You will do it and record and send it to us as instructed. So you must get acquainted with this thing, whether you like it or yes. Right? You get acquainted with it. You will know what you need to do because you must have done it several times. And out of that, you will be satisfied that you have done the needful. So you will do that, and then after that, you go into the practical session. After you finish the presentation of each person finishes all the opening statements, right? After the whole session, you will be taking notes. She's going to, I hope you're taking notes. She's going to take some of the participants to now criticize each person. When you come and you give your name, you will write it down. Right? You write it down. So when you finish, everybody has finished. Time for input. You make your own input of criticism. Mediator, so person has done this, he has left out this one. The essence is that let this thing become. That is the important aspect of mediation. And once you do start right, you may end up not getting it right? So you're going to criticize as this person is making it, even if you miss what we are saying. You had your fellow brother or sister or trainee saying that also this person understood this thing, even making an observation about it. So you can see that you know that you need to take note of that when possibly is coming from somebody you are training together, isn't it? So that is what we are going to do for the first session. And when we finish the feedback, we are going to go into practicals, simulation for the day. So you have about maybe an hour to do the practical before you come and do before you come and do your feedback, as in the feedback as to what you have done, just like we do today. So that because that's tomorrow we are rounding up. If you have any question regards to opening statement, mediation, or whatsoever, please you take note of it so that we clarify it, right? If you have any question you want to ask, you can come along with it. You are going to make the necessary clarification, and then after that, We'll discuss how to start up your mediation practice. We'll do that. I will take those 2 sessions for you personally. How to start up your mediation practice and charge. How do you charge? You know, you say you think doesn't bring money. And somebody say, how would I have invested? Then you understand. So these are the things that we are going to do for tomorrow. So please make sure that you come in time so that we can start the time. You know it is your time. Make use of it so that we acquire what we need to acquire. So with this, let us call the meeting to close and then see you tomorrow. Yes. Thank you so much.